Hello, Chatfish, and welcome to a surprise Bunchcast. Today we're going to be talking about a interesting subject. It's not a new subject, it's an ongoing thing in the industry, and has been going on for a very long time, for many years, decades in fact. But today we'll be talking about a little bit about Ubisoft and a lot about Tencent. Mostly focusing on Tencent and the recent acquisition of Ubisoft IPs. So this is going to shake things up in the industry, and it's actually rather big. It's like a nuclear bomb just dropped, meaning that this is huge because one of the big AAAs is now basically defunct at this point. They're not relevant. Whatever you think of them is relevant either as well, because they're just gone for the most part. Save for, the French people. They're, still there, chat bros. So I've got my little tablet up, and today we'll be going back and forth, and my model's going to wig out when I do this, but we're going to try to map out what's happened in the industry, because it's rather interesting, as I press one of my hotkeys. So yeah, I've got Fuzzy and Choomba here with me today, and we're gonna talk about it. So the first things first is Ubisoft's acquisition, which will write Ubisoft there. What was their parent company called? The Guillemot brothers?
Guillemot family.
How do you spell that? It's French.
Give me a sec. They're publicly owned, but they're the dominant shareholders along with Tencent.
Here, you know what? I got it. We'll just call it the G family.
Private.
Yeah.
Actually, doesn't matter. Tencent owns 50% of them.
Yep. And so the big thing is that what we need to map out here is that Tencent owns... They own 50% of them? I thought it was 49.
49.9.
Okay. Oh my god, that's pretty bad.
That's
So
the
it's
holding company.
effectively 50.
That's pretty bad, yes. That's about as bad as it could get. Technically, it doesn't give them absolute say, but that means if anyone who owns a percent of a decimal over, like 0.2, they get total control. Meaning that if somebody who owns the other 0.2 is on their side, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which
it's the Guillemot family holding company they own 49% of, and the Guillemot family holds 13.9. I'm reading the financial stats right now. But on top of that, the Tencent is 9.731%. It's owned by Tencent Holdings, and Ubisoft Entertainment, the corporate itself, owns 11.16, which means you combine those three, that's what? 30, 33, what? Almost 33, 30 plus percent of the stock.
They own Ubisoft.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yep, so what was... do we know what the name of the little company where they shelved off the IPC?
They still don't have it. It's a subsidiary that is going to be owned exclusively by Tencent and the G family.
Oh.
And it's it's being said it's going to be all of their big name franchises, but the only ones they've specified that I've seen specified: Assassin's Creed, Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six,
and
Far Cry, and The Division. I've seen.
Yeah, Tencent is going to have the initial. This is what the initial stated deal is going to be. Tencent owns 25%. Ubisoft is going to own the rest of it.
What's the percent they own of? What's the percent they own of Ubisoft? Do we remember? Was it like 25%, right?
No, it's
Guillemot family holds 13.9. I'm just
and they're like
from
around 10. They're like 10%.
Tencent is 9.7%.
Okay, so
Ubisoft Entertainment is 11.16, but the Guillemot family, it's not necessarily the family, it's the family holding company. Because think of it as like a family holding house where they pull the resources to a single like kind of private investor, private fund that holds the company for them for tax purposes and simplicity's sake.
This is turning into a schizo post.
And out of that holding, I know finance is rough. But out of that holding company,
back up. Here, I'm going to take control of the conversation. So, the holding company owns how much percent of Ubisoft?
13.9.
13.9.
And Tencent has 49% of that holding company.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
Family.
Okay,
the G family is the holding company.
Yeah.
So they have how much of the holding company? You say 49.9?
Yes. That's the G family, what you've already drawn.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you can't call it the holding company and you get me all confused.
Hey, what do you mean, you guys? Fuzzy's the started.
Fuzzy, you little fucking. Quit changing the name on me. I'm just going like, what the fuck? Like, this is getting like schizo. Yeah, because I was pretty sure it was that.
Oh, these are finance terms.
Yeah, so 13.9%. Yeah, I'm abbreviating it because I don't want to spell Guillemot family because I don't know how to spell French words. So, Tencent owns 49.9% of the Guillemot family. French people. And then the Guillemot family owns 13.9% of Ubisoft and owns 9.73% of the Shell company. So their holdings overall over the IPs have actually diminished quite substantially.
Okay, so
what?
The Shell company, from everything I've seen, is basically it's going to be right out of the gate. It's going to be privately owned by the G family, and 25% of it will be owned by Tencent.
That's useful. 25%.
Yes.
So,
but it's just going to be those two because it's going to be privately owned.
Yeah. If you combine the top three, it's 34% of the share, which means their voting shares of Tencent and the Guillemots is, unless you get the supermajority of outside investors go under wraps, you're not gonna have any control.
But regardless of what it's on paper, their voting share is, Tencent owning the majority of them basically means that they can basically at any time be like, go what we want, or we're just gonna pull our investments.
My God.
Yes.
This is actually worse than I thought. This is okay.
Yeah,
so that's pretty bad when you look at it.
This is how bad the Guillemots have messed up Ubisoft, and there is a accusation that the Guillemots did this on purpose to try and take Ubisoft outside the public sphere and make it private. This is likely a step in that direction.
So it's G family working with Tencent to do this. Maybe
they think they can get back full control of Ubisoft by working with Tencent. And that is their plan.
That's really dumb because Tencent's going to take control.
Like this entire deal is their intention is to strengthen their ties with Tencent so they can try to take control of their company back from the public.
So they're trying to rip the control away from the public.
Now I have two more stats to give you. Ubisoft's market value
Damn, Fuzzy's got taken out.
Now Ubisoft's the total amount of all of Ubisoft's public stock is 1.69 billion.
Okay.
The Shell company is valued initially, according to private analysts, 4 billion.
Oh, so it's...
What does that tell you?
All of Ubisoft's value has been shutted into the Shell company, basically.
And this is
Ubisoft
1 billion?
Has 0.69.
Oh my God.
Keep in mind that changes on a daily basis.
Yeah. Basically, all of the value of Ubisoft has now been thrown in this company. And if Ubisoft wants to make any of their big IPs, they have to pay the Shell company to make it.
Now, what this does is it eliminates a lot of the bloat of Ubisoft, and they're trying to take their strongest parts and put it into the Shell company, where the Guillemots and Tencent have complete control, and the private investors that invested in Ubisoft for a long time are getting screwed over massively.
Yep, and there's already expecting to be a massive restructuring of Ubisoft and massive amounts of layoffs.
Because AJ Investments, which is the activist investor that's been going after the Guillemots, they've been exposing a lot of this stuff. And there's actually been a public protest outside of Ubisoft's HQ by these investors because they're being screwed over by the Guillemot family intentionally.
Yep. They're basically just taking all of the company's value and just taking it themselves and fucking over everyone who invested in the company that got it to that point. As
Ubisoft lost their highest point was $82.40. Right now, they're at $12.69. It went down after Shadows and this announcement.
And this Shell company plan, to touch on Shadows, this has been in the works for a while. They were waiting on Shadows to release so they could settle what the final cost of setting up the Shell company would be, based on the value.
You're talking...
Hold on. So this clearly just really points to Tencent. It was in Tencent's best financial interest to make sure Shadows tanked, because that would lower the cost they have to spend to get full control of Ubisoft.
So Shadows tanking would make it cheaper to buy and make the acquisition so that they could secure it, which means that Tencent was the mastermind behind all of the PR, as well as the mastermind behind all of the choices. So let's talk real quickly about the choices. What were the choices with Shadows?
I have one more stats here. under the shell company, under that 25%, put a 1.17 billion cash injection for that 25%. So the shell company is getting a little over $1 billion injected into it. Not Ubisoft
It got
corporate.
created. Yeah.
1.17, not 1.7.
1.17. Gotcha.
Now, when you look at the shell company, you're talking billions of dollars being pushed into it. We don't even know what other investments the Guillemot family are pushing into this. From Ubisoft corporate, that's the 1 billion, the publicly traded one. They're just shoving the entire wealth, cash, and money into the shell company, and part of that 1 billion Tencent is giving, most of it's going to the shell company, most likely. The rest of it's going off to pay off Ubisoft's debt, which is significant. And the investors, well, screw you.
Yeah. Now, if we're going to switch to talking about Shadows and stuff, it's worth pointing out that Tencent is effectively just the Chinese government at this point. With all the regulations and stuff they kept putting on them, they've more or less just tell the company what to do, and the company has to do what they're told.
So,
now,
real quickly, so the first thing we know is that Tencent is a Chinese company. Now we did just do a massive discussion before stream where we were talking about NetEase and how Tencent and NetEase originally weren't interested. The CCP government wasn't interested in, but as they gained interest in them, they took control of these companies through corporate sabotage. And when they took control of these companies, they then used these companies as shells to basically manipulate other companies to wage a cultural war against Japan, against America, against Europe. And so China is effectively doing this to wage war against you. I just let that sink in there for Chatfish.
Yeah. And Tencent and Ubisoft is by far of most Western companies that Tencent has influence over, the weakest and easily influenced, as they well know for well over a decade, the G family has been battling outside investor pressure, that's the private investors, for years. Vivendi, Blackstone, AJ Investments, they've all been trying to get rid of the G family for a long time. A long time.
Well, also, keep in mind, Ubisoft has become so weak, and some of these other game companies have become so weak because of,
Yes.
the poor choices
So,
and things that they've been doing.
From what we know about the G family only cares about one thing. That's money, right? So who is the actual mastermind behind this? The big thinky, so to speak. And that would be
the brothers and Tencent.
The brothers and Tencent. Because Tencent, what does Tencent want out of this? They want these games and these properties to do what? To make things, to make more profit and to spread more culture, right? That's the core number one goal. They don't really care as much about the profits because they're willing to shove 1.17 billion in. They're going to take deficits because they don't care, because the government's controlling this company. It's just an extension of the government. Its aims is to subvert, right, and destroy. So subversion and destruction. It's time to move on to that. So Tencent additions to Shadows include what? If you look at previous Assassin's Creed titles before Tencent really started to directly make more hands in it, but you can actually see Tencent's initial stages with the Vikings game, where they made them add women Vikings to like the raids and stuff to make it less historically accurate and things like that. Adding microtransactions similar to their gacha games was implemented, I believe, as far back as Odyssey, if not before even in Origins, to cut down on grind. So you can see a lot of business practices that are being masterminded here are coming from Tencent, especially how they're revising the overall game design. Philosophy-wise, it's more Eastern than is Western, and that's when Assassin's Creed made the split from being a more Western game to a more Eastern game, right? Now, the big thing that we know is Japan and China have a long, bitter history, right? The first thing we're going to talk about is architecture. Now, the architecture was the first thing that they didn't care about, because how does China view Japan culturally? They view them as thieves, as they have no unique culture. They stole Chinese culture. And so the first insult on this list, the first Tencent implementation, is to mock Japanese architecture. And that they do. There is Chinese structures in this game, and it's more Chinese looking than it is Japan, because it's about cultural erosion, right? So the goal here is to erode individuality. because that is what they're doing. And the individuality is the uniqueness of Japanese culture. The second insult. What's the second insult? I'll let Fuzzy insert one, because there's many.
Insult. Well, turning Yasuke into a samurai that can just genocide entire villages like it's nothing.
I don't know how to spell his name, but I'll get close enough. Yasuke.
And he has better equipment than Oda Nobunaga, who was one of the great unifiers of Japan during a warring states period. He was kept around because because this is more feudal Japan still, and we all know how they thought about outsiders.
My God. The more we work on this, the more it all makes sense. So, but yes, so a great addition there, Fuzzy. Yasuke, a non-Japanese hero, right? You put a non-Japanese person into a game about Japan, because let's talk about the previous Assassin's Creed leading up to this one. The Vikings Valhalla. Well, while they did insult Viking culture a little bit, they didn't insult it as harshly because technically speaking, you are still a Viking, you're still Nordic, right? And in the previous game, you're a Greek, and about a Greek story, and in the previous game, you're an Egyptian. Well, in the first time in forever, the story is now focused more on Yasuke and that. Now, what's the third insult? And that would be normalization of, I forget what the technical term is. Degeneracy, I think, is technically the focus. So the normalization of degeneracy. And what is the purpose of the normalization of degeneracy? This is something that Yuri Brezhnov, I think is his name, basically talked about. And it's the creating weird taboos like non-normal, non-atomic, dysfunctional relationships. That's what that game does with its romances, where you create a weird sort of non-normal, non-normative, anti-atomic family structure to create destabilized and unfunctional families so that you will break, the family structure.
Yeah.
Hello.
Anti-family. Okay,
Another big thing of erasure that they did was apparently lots of images of Japanese kanji just being Chinese.
Jesus, that's easy, but yeah.
And they also apparently cultural symbols and symbology and whatnot, they basically just use Chinese. Like I think the one big one that's coming to mind is they just had Chinese dragons on things.
Erasure of Japanese symbology. We're talking about Tencent's erasure of Japanese culture.
Can I talk a little bit about Tencent? Just quick.
Well, hold on. Join the subject. Let's not segue, because I wanna actually get through this, because this is massive. So no, just wait. Find a point to join in and just wait. All right, so continue.
Mm-hmm.
Next anti-Japanese point.
I have one. That was what I was trying to say. They are Tencent and some other Chinese companies. They have been like sneakily,
Yes, we're talking about shadows.
money?
Yeah, we're not talking
shadows.
about
Yes.
in shadows.
Specifically shadows.
Yeah.
Specifically shadows.
We've already talked about architecture. We already talked about Yasuke. The normalization of degeneracy. Chinese language superior to Japanese language through Japanese language erasure. Erasure of Japanese symbology and subversion of Chinese.
Did you see about like apparently they put like Chinese like plants or something else in the game? I was checking.
So just the general environment, not just the actual.
Yeah, the environment is not the environment's not really Japanese. I saw Japanese people complaining, like, for example, there was like Japanese people complaining like, there shouldn't be this kind of like no, not plant, like tree. This tree shouldn't be bearing like flowers and stuff like that. So it's like, even if there are some like Japanese stuff there, they made sure like to make very glaring mistakes in the environment.
Okay, So that we'll just add that as Chinese landscaping / environment. So it's meant. So it's not even about. The more we look at this, the less I see it being about Japan, and it's more about China. So you can see cultural subversion, Japanese people being portrayed. The desecration.
Yeah, the desecration or the
historical sites and also religious sites,
which leads to lack of immersion, where when you look at the behaviors and the norms, the behaviors of historical Japan at the time, you don't feel like that. It's like there is no feeling this is Japan. None of them seem to behave like you're in feudal Japan.
So yes, the desecration of historical sites, the raiding of a Japanese imperial tomb, the spoiling of an imperial bloodline.
Artemis points out they were also undermined Japanese just characters in the setting by just having the main boss and villain be Portuguese. Like there's nothing to do with the Japanese anymore.
Well, that's a good thing because I'm part Portuguese, so like
Yep.
I feel represented.
So the big thing also is that they also that Yasuke is basically actually he was an emperor because he has a royal legacy because he was able to have children with one of the princesses or whatever. If I remember right in the story.
Music and Japanese setting.
Jesus Christ, guys, it's getting too big. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It's not just one of the princesses; it's one of the very important ones that like.
It's the one who basically had direct ties to like.
Yep, I mean I got that right here. Spoiling imperial bloodlines. So the idea is that, and the idea of this is basically the spitting on their ancestral legacy, the spitting on their emperors, the spitting on rap music. The desecration of historical sites and tombs, the desecration of holy sites and Shinto shrines, Chinese landscapes overriding the Japanese landscape, erasure of Japanese symbology and replacing it with Chinese symbology, erasing Japanese language and replacing it with Chinese language, normalization of degeneracy, anti-atomic family structures to basically degenerate their society. Yasuke is being portrayed as a hero and Japanese people portrayed as evil, so that way a foreigner is better and superior to the native born people. Architecture erosion, meaning that there's no unique Japanese architecture. The Japanese architecture is blended with Chinese architecture to show that no, the Japanese don't have any unique architecture, they stole it. And so from very clearly here, we're starting to, from the business side, which we talked about up here, which is a fucking nightmare, and then the fucking Tencent stuff, we're basically showing that it was all more or less Tencent when it came down to 90% of this. Now, the G family is responsible, the Guillemot family, because they want more profits, but the G family does not care about Tencent editions. Their only interest is right here, and that's in money. They don't care about anything else.
Tencent's the one enabling.
Tencent is the brains behind this. Tencent has the resources to fund this, basically. And so if it wasn't for them, they couldn't pull it off. So the ideas and the finances are coming from Tencent. The IPs, which this is something that Tencent, that they're providing, right? They're sacrificing on this altar for money, are what they're offering. And so that way we can establish a relationship between them. And we know that the private investors are not happy because they weren't big on this. And the entire moving these IPs to that shell company over here means that the G family gains control of their IPs again, while the private investors lose control of everything.
And just lose all their money.
The brothers, the G family, views this as a family business. They do not view Ubisoft as a public company. Hence why they're pulling all this, and Tencent is rubbing their hands together with their evil grin going, good, rely on us more.
Yes, because Ubisoft's value has dropped to $1 billion about, and the shell company... 1.69, thank you, because I can add that for more accuracy. But the shell company already has an estimated value of 4.2 million, right?
Billion.
4
sorry. Billion. The cash injection is the injection.
Yep, they got the injection of 1.17 billion, which means that the shell company already has 5.17 billion confirmed value. which is insane, which means it is already demonstrably eclipsed and took all the financial value out of Ubisoft for the most part.
Yeah.
Yep.
Think of it
as
as
a prediction that after this whole fiasco, the next Assassin's Creed will be set in China, and it's going to be extremely accurate and show the Chinese culture and like
and heroic and
amazing.
Be awesome and have sexy women. Yes, because this is the playbook, right? The playbook is we get ugly, unattractive female characters. They get sexy women. We don't get sexy women. We can't have that. It's not okay for you to have sexy women. You can only have that if you play their gacha games. They'll make your games woke. Your games will call you a racist and a bigot. And when you play the Chinese games, they won't call you any of that. You know why? Because it's their entire plan is to basically get you to worship them and defend them for them. Because the big thing here is that the entire purpose, right, is to subvert and destroy. And what better way to subvert and destroy than they have with Ubisoft? For many years, we've been wondering why Ubisoft, a company that has incredible power, right? They do. I've worked with and talked with many Ubisoft people before in the past. They are incredibly talented, incredibly smart, and they themselves, too, don't really know why their company is doing what they're doing. Well, the reality is when you actually look at what's happening behind the closed scenes here is they're being puppeted. They're in a company that's being led by Tencent off a cliff, like a sacrificial lamb to slaughter. And when they're done with them, and they've milked and drained them dry, the traders and the people who basically sold the company out already have left. They've already won. They've got their money. They won. That's already happened. The people who got the payouts and basically got that, they've already got away with the money. They've already gotten away with the crime. Now, go ahead.
I was gonna say, chat's hyper focusing.
Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Let's keep focusing on the actual subject. So, because we need to stay on topic, otherwise we're never gonna get anything done. So we can answer questions and stuff after we're done, because we'll worry about that later. This is a massive subject, and quite frankly, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Because Ubisoft isn't the first company to have dealt with this, is it?
Nope.
Who are some of the other companies that are having to deal with this? Wasn't there 2 Japanese studios also dealing with something similar to this?
Yes, actually so Tencent's more or less focused on the Western industry. NetEase is another Chinese company that's at this point controlled by the CCP that's focusing on Eastern companies. And so they acquired developers from bigger studios to make games like Visions of Mana or the new what's it called? Yakuza game. So they acquired those studios, got them to make the game or in the process of finishing making the game, and then they got the company and handed over to Chinese national companies. The other big one, that was a big blow up for a little bit, was the Marvel Rivals company that made teams that made Marvel Rivals. Because that blew up. They then laid off, now looking into a Seattle team that was working on. The Seattle team apparently was mostly focused on R&D and stuff for the game. But not even just focusing on that. The second the game released, they then pulled the vast majority of the development and stuff into the core team in China. So that's the Seattle team that was cut, that was axed, is just the first one. They'll be getting rid of the other Western teams as the Chinese team takes more control over the project.
Wasn't that always the Chinese model, though? Like, just quote unquote learn and steal what you can, and then get rid of the non-Chinese.
Yes, it is. So
it's the same.
We've had multiple people do this. Back when I used to talk to my uncle quite a bit, he went to a game development what do you call it? Like a thing for developers to talk, right? Because a lot of developers in 2012 were moving to Shanghai, right? Because there was a new gaming industry being built up there. and they were inviting a lot of people over. Well, the big thing is what the Chinese people do is they take these ideas, and then as soon as they learn what they can from you, they immediately get rid of you, and immediately then try to teach and pass that information down to sweatshop workers, or basically like art shops. So we have a few artists who we managed to rescue basically from Chinese sweatshops. And the big thing that the Chinese art sweatshops do is that you draw and you draw and you draw the same crap over and over again, and you get nothing. And you don't even get like proper accreditation either, because you are a little slave. That's all you are. We know some people who are actually in those areas and what it's like. And it's the entire goal is to basically use this cheap slave-like labor to generate vast, quick content and then charge for, exorbitantly in the Western markets, making a hand over fist. While also, and that's also why how do you get rid of your competition? Do you outperform them with better quality games? Well, Chinese games, for the most part, some of them are actually fun. I played a few. They're not stellar, not really great.
Every single one of them felt soulless.
Yeah, they kind of feel a little bit corporate and printed. So the best way to deal with your competition is if you can go and infiltrate your competition and subvert them internally and make them produce woke slop and make their female characters unattractive, make their stories unappealing, insult the audiences. And so now, because those people feel disenfranchised, they're going to immediately turn to anyone with opening arms. And there you have it, with the Chinese market with open arms greeting you, shaking your hands, taking your money. And then they'll get you to say things like, they'll be like, yes, those Western developers, aren't they really stupid? And they'll wink and smile at you, a little sparkle on your teeth. And they'll be like, yes, they are. Screw that, kind of mentality.
I do want to say, and I said this before stream, that credit where it's due, the CCP is very good at long-term planning.
Yes, they are.
Because we're seeing the end result of what they've been setting up decades and decades in the past.
Well, yeah, we know for a fact that this has been in the works since way before, right? They were setting up, and I remember hearing about this in 2012 and 2011 when they were bringing a lot of Western developers over for talks in Shanghai. They have been planning this for many, many, many years, and that was around the point in which gaming as a industry was peaking, because 2007, 2008, 2009 were golden years, and the games industry was exploding. And everybody wants to get into it, right? The Chinese immediately caught interest in this, and especially the CCP, because here's a new market of culture that's expanding, and because it's expanding, it's uncertain, it's kind of unstable, and so they immediately brought a lot of people in with a lot of knowledge, and then began to plunder that wealth and that knowledge as quickly and as fast as possible.
And this is the exact same thing they've done in every industry. They've done this in the steel industry,
steel industry, construction.
Everywhere.
Now, do you want me to list a few other companies just real quick that Tencent owns? We already did a deep dive into Tencent.
They always do this whole thing of buying a little bit and then making the company worse and then buying more of it. I was going to mention one of the issues that we have even worse than the whole Chinese thing is that because it's the CCP controlling the things behind everyone's backs, even this whole thing is going to fail eventually, because even if they kill the Western market, the CCP always kills their own markets internally.
Now, here's what we need to talk about next, because I need to get to the subject before we move on past it. So, these corporations, how this works is infiltration, right? So we need to talk about infiltration. Now, how does infiltration work, chat? Do you know? Because I have a few things I've read on it. First is personnel. Because personnel, they will have people work up from the ground floor, slowly changing the studio internally, and then they will work their way up the corporate ladder, climbing to positions of control.
Now, another way is the Tencent method, which we just displayed, is through spending a bunch of money in public stocks. Now,
yep, we've got that right here. More market there.
Now, as you saw with Ubisoft, the more stock you own in a company, the more power you have over the board of directors, who de facto rule a company with an iron fist. Tencent has done this through, even if they don't outright acquire, because that's even expensive even by Tencent standards, they gain influence, and they can also know how to find allies they can manipulate into their own goals. Like, think State Street, BlackRock, Vanguard. Tencent has been manipulating these companies in conjunction to push away to where Western companies get weak, they come in and swoop. A few others, for example, that they pulled this with is Krafton, that's the PUBG people, Epic Games.
Yep.
Why do you think Unreal Engine 5 is so problematic?
Oh yeah, I
Finding
forgot
Gear
Epic Games.
33% is last I checked, or
wait, no, that's
than
Tencent
50
owned,
at
right?
least.
I erased
Epic,
my whole thing.
yeah, that's Tencent.
Tencent owns a lot, or shares in a
Paradox
lot of
Interactive.
things.
Paradox Interactive. Wonder why Paradox has been doing so good. Discord, what we're using to talk right now.
Oh my
Fat
god, they're
Shark,
gonna destroy Keeb when I'm not looking.
Fat Shark, that's the Vermintide 2 developers.
They own
Platinum
them,
Games, Lorien Studios. Why do you think Lorien is raising somewhat? Why do you think Lorien has made some questionable actions lately? Not just but because of Hasbro.
So hold on.
Directly
Before we go
benefits
for, hold on,
Tencent.
I gotta map this out for my little chatfishies. They need their visual aids. Don't you? I got you covered, little chat bros. All right, so Tencent. Let's go through the things Tencent has influence in. All right, Lorien Studios.
30% or so. Riot Games they outright own.
Wait 1 second. 38%, you say? Okay.
30 or so.
Oh, 30,
Riot
30
Games,
or so. Okay.
They own
so 30
Riot
about.
Games. No.
Let me continue. Riot Games, like Albine said, they outright own.
And then the rank they destroyed League of Legends.
Next.
Epic Games, non-controlling share. Think 30 to 30 non-controlling share, which means below 50.
How much do they have of MiHoYo, by the way? Do they have anything in MiHoYo?
That sounds Chinese, if you ask me. Next.
That's a subsidiary.
Yeah.
Platinum Games, since that's private, we don't know, but they have significant investments in. Ubisoft we already talked about. Bluehole, renamed Krafton. That's the PUBG people. So think they're also the ones that released Callisto Protocol, if you want to know their biggest problem.
Oh fuck!
They
hate
also,
that game.
yeah, and now Krafton's in control of
they own that
Rush.
Oh wow! Rip. Hi-Fi Rush is dead.
It was already dead, I think.
Now another game you all know of, Path of Exile 2. They owned the controlling share of
Yep,
the private company.
that's true.
Gear Games, 80%.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit of stuff there, but I didn't mention.
Didn't the company that made Hi-Fi Rush get
wrong name.
axed immediately after it came out?
Yes,
Yep.
by Microsoft.
The game failed.
The entire talent of that, most of it of Hi-Fi Rush, got acquired by Krafton.
Yep,
Okay.
which means that they'll have Krafton produce the project, then fire them to dispose of them, and then replace them with Chinese people.
Paradox
Usual
has
operating
significant
standard.
investments in. Paradox Interactive.
That
They're the
explains
third
why
biggest.
Paradox sucks. That explains a lot. They used to make good
also
games way
Paradox-
back when.
Because the other companies other entities that Tencent can use and manipulate along with European investors is State Street, one of the big three of the US that does this problematic investing.
Stage Street, they own wait, no, that's an investor, you said.
Yeah, I'm talking State Street's 5.5, Tencent is 9, but Tencent, they often need State Street works in conjunction with Tencent. That's how they, even if they're not the controlling share, they know how to get allies that will do what they say.
Oh, it's cute. They're in love with each other. All right,
Yes.
next.
Fat Shark, they outright own.
That
That's
explains why
Vermintide
they
developers.
suck. That explains why yes. They kind of been
Ironically,
ruining gaming, honestly.
If a game has super ugly women, I'm not asking for like hentai characters, but if they have women that you would like unironically cross the street to avoid, that's so ugly they are. I don't care that. But the setting, no.
Also, to answer
I know
Plague's
what you are.
question, the DLC's been in the works for a while, and not only has it been in the works for a while, but it's actually effectively tanking Paradox at the moment, which is kind of strange. Maybe it's hearkening to their strategy and doctrine to tank them from inside.
There's another issue that people don't talk about. Because of how bloated the bureaucracy and corruption in the CCP are, like they have a lot of like they're kind of like the whole Zinch meme of like you fighting yourself.
Yep, but however, we're not talking about that. We're gonna keep talking about this because let's stay on subject. We gotta get through this. So move on. Next, what do they own? Am I finally through all this? Because this is a lot of shit.
From Software, 16%.
Jesus Christ, that makes a lot of money.
Yes, that's why we have
next
women in front of
Games. Supercell, 84.3%. That's the one that makes Clash of Clans.
The Supercell, you say?
Supercell.
Okay, we're gonna make a new line. They've owned way more companies than I think anyone that I was ready to write down. I'm gonna start writing them smaller so we can fit them on here before I have to expand again.
Now, another one you maybe realize, Funcom, 100% ownership.
Funcom, 100%. Damn. They own almost everything when I think about it. Alright, keep going.
See, Shark Mob, 100%. I'm not familiar with them.
What'd you say? Who?
Shark Mob.
Shark Mob?
I never heard of it.
They're X Division and Hitman devs.
Rip. Another casualty.
Another one.
Next one.
Frontier Developments, 9%. Those are the ones that made Elite Dangerous and Planet Zoo.
They own how much percent?
9%.
Okay, it's not critical, but it's definitely not good. Next.
Kako, Kakao. They're the ones that made Black Desert Online.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, honestly, the amount of power they have is
13.5%.
bad. 13.5%.
13.5%.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, chat, this is just Tencent.
Okay.
We're not even into NetEase yet.
Jesus.
There's NetEase, and there's also Mio which I thought was a subset, but it's not. But
See,
I think they are focused.
Part of me's like, oh my god, yeah, we're gonna talk about exposing the communists and how much effect they have on the industry, and then you like start doing it, and you're like, oh my god, it's basically over, chat
They
bros.
kind of own everything.
You know
they've already won. Never mind. Never mind.
Do you know Ninja Gaiden?
Next.
It's
Jaeger, Yager, undisclosed majority stake.
Jaeger, you say?
Yes.
They own majority control.
Not a J. Yes.
Y?
Undisclosed majority, probably because it's private.
Oh, I hate the fact that they have a Y in their name. Why can't they be normal? Just put a J there.
They're kind of like, yeah.
Jaeger, majority control. Now let's back up a second here. So, do we know anything about Shark Mob's control? What do they have in that?
I think it was 100%.
What? They own 100% of that too?
Yeah, I said that. 100%.
Oh, good. Rip. Well, they had a good roll. Funcom's dead. Supercell? I'm saying... Alright, next. Next casualty. Is it Supercell? What percent? Do we know? Or is it just like a...
Supercell, they already own.
Oh, Jesus. 100% again. Okay, so let's back up. FromSoft, what percent?
30%, I think, between Sony and Tencent.
30%, you say?
No, we just want Tencent. We just want Tencent. And if it's from 16%, it would be FromSoft.
Okay. That means they're getting money out of that. FromSoft makes a lot of mobile games, don't they? No.
No, they're the
Wrong
those are
company. There's another company
Dark
with the
Souls
word
people.
name From that makes a lot of mobile games. Fat Shark, what's the percentage?
I got a percentage for Lawrence
Microsoft.
Studios. Lawrence Studios is 30%.
30%. Yep, got that.
I already had
Riot
that.
Games, they own.
Ubisoft we already covered.
Yeah.
Epic Games,
They
non-controlling
used-
share.
They used to own 5% of Activision Blizzard, but they're now a subsidiary of Microsoft.
Yep,
I
Microsoft
think
cut
they
them out
still
of that.
I think they still have a bit of it though.
I mean, okay, at this point we're talking about Tencent versus White Devil versus Yellow Devil. Versus Yellow Devil. Both of these are pretty much one of the worst of the worst.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, it would. I was trying to find if Tencent had any real fingers on Microsoft, and if they did, Microsoft would have to be fucking brain dead. Because China directly steals Windows operating system
Hold on.
software.
Microsoft is brain dead.
Yeah.
Microsoft is.
That's true, but like, I remember reading reports
They should
about
be.
how
They should be
Microsoft
unironically.
actively
Yeah.
is in constant court cases in China because whenever they release any kind of update or product, it's immediately stolen in China.
Yes.
and
Well, that's
sold in a
because,
separate
okay,
thing.
so when it comes to the reality of the situation, when we talk about it, when we start zooming out, the reality is that there's a couple things we're going to talk about. I'm going to address them in order, right? So, Western corporate executives, not Western developers. Western developers aren't the bad guys here, but Western corporate executives are sellouts and traders. They're screwing over artists, they're screwing over programmers, and I know that because I've actually worked with people that have been screwed over. So the big thing is that they are screwing them all over. So it's one or two people in executive positions, and then they go and they leech and they drain and they move. They go and they leech and then they drain and they move. Tencent is actively feeding this because if there wasn't any money, the reality is all we gotta do is follow the money, and the money trail leads all the way back to the CCP. So if there was no CCP, we'd have good games. I'm just finding that, chat, I'm gonna have to go to war. We're gonna have to invade China to make games better.
And why the CCP
We're
is
gonna
doing
have to
this?
invade China to make games better.
Well, the reason is simple. The execution is obviously more complicated. They did, but why is the CCP doing this? It's to eliminate and subvert Western culture, because video games is culture. It's a significant cultural influence in the West. Infiltrate, subvert, steal, become dominant.
Aristocrat who says Western devs are definitely the bad guys here as well. They hate these people that are guts. They are bad guys, yes. They don't hate your guts. They just like your money, and that's about all they want from you. The actual people who hate your guts are the CCP and the Tencent. These Western publishers and executive people, they don't care about you at all. They don't hate you.
Give a shit. They just want money.
They don't hate you, but they also don't care about you. They don't care. The people who actually are destroying things, who are making these things happen, they hate you.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, when we shut up, Bino.
Bino,
just a second. Fucking Christ. So the big thing is that when we talk about this subject, it's very clear. It's one-sided. It's not even an argument. It's not even a debate. The CCP or Tencent and its subsidiaries, because that's what they are actually driving. They're the driving force that makes this happen. They're what makes it happen. Don't run defense for the communist government. Don't run defense for these CCP things. I see some people do that. Don't run defense for them. Don't run defense for the Western devs either. But if you run defense for them, you're only helping the problem.
I think that people also seem to constantly forget, because you can't just focus on what's happening right now or like what's been happening in the last 3-4 years.
Yes, this has been in the working for a decade plus, by the way.
I remember hearing stories about people getting caught selling stuff to China and whatnot, and like industries being taken over by China before I was even in high school. Like, this shit has been going on.
Yes.
Since the CCP was around, basically. Like,
this has been going on for a long time. Well, the minute the games industry blew up and proved to be a powerful cultural force, that's when, right?
Yes.
That's when, because before then they didn't care. Because if you actually look back earlier at Tencent and NetEase's history, they actually did make games, and they were actually run by people who kind of liked making games. However, the first victims wasn't the Western game developers, because the Western game developers are a victim, and chat, don't conflate Western game developers for Western executives. Those are two different things. So Western game devs were the second victim. The first victim, we go back, was the Chinese game devs. They were the first line of defense, and they were the first warning, because when they got subsumed by the government and basically pushed out or silenced or taken care of, so to speak, then they moved on to the next target, which was then pushing into the Eastern market. The next line of defense was Asia, with Japan game devs, Malaysian game devs, all these sorts of smaller devs. The more you go to the Southeast Asian countries, but these countries still exist, right? And they still have developers in them. And you can see that blaring siren as they warn, and then they push further into Europe, and they push further into America, starting to fund companies, getting their fingertips in things, and as they get their fingertips, they start manipulating, twisting things, and bending things. Okay, because this all originates from some one spot or another, using the same doctrine that Yuri Brezhnev, right? Or Beznov, or whatever his name is. He warned, Yuri warned the West about this, that this would happen culturally. This was going to happen. You were warned. We were warned. The developers were warned too. But the issue is that some people will always sell out. There will always be traitors. That's just a natural thing. It's sad.
Yeah.
But it's true. And you have to be like, okay, spot them, call them out, because that's what they're doing. But the reality is that they're only a part of the problem. They're only the tip of the iceberg. We need to actually address the actual iceberg in question. Running defense for the iceberg is tantamount to basically being subversive and woke yourself, because all you're doing in that case is you're defending where this disease is coming from. We've already acknowledged that these executives are bad people. They're bad. We're not running defense for them. They can go burn in hell for all I care. Ilya Androvich Bezmenov, thank you. He's a goddamn hero. Appreciate it.
I highly suggest you look up his university lectures if you want to get a full understanding of this philosophy on your own time.
Yes, because the thing is, you should go and look up Yuri, because what Yuri talks about is unironically talking about what we just mapped out here. This is a physical map of that doctrine in effect right now.
Now, I want to point out, because people are still going to hyper-focus on the woke stuff, that is directly from the communist influence in academia way back in the Soviet Union.
Yes.
Which the Chinese just took over doing that, influence academia.
Yep.
Now, what this whole philosophy is, and I'm going to use if you understand the term Machiavelli, there's two terms: the lion, which is I'm right blast you in the face, and the fox, which is what we just mapped out here.
Wait,
CCP did not, let me speak. The CCP did not always have this kind of money and power to ability to pull this stuff, but as we saw over the past decade plus, stealing more and more Western stuff, taking more advantage of the Westerns' enabling of them, gathering a lot of money, a lot of resources, and now, even now that the CCP, on top of having a very weak economic problems, they still by far have the resources and the money to now just outright act a lot more aggressively. The being less fox-like and being more in-your-face, as we saw with this Ubisoft deal. Yeah, we are gonna outright just buy your stuff now because we have the money and you people don't, or are just gonna let us do it. This is a very corrupt, very sly actions the CCP has been pulling, and it's been directly described by Yuri, and we're seeing it in real time, just more out in the open as this Ubisoft deal has exposed in plain sight. It's not easy to fight, and if we want to save our games, we gotta find a way to fight this influence.
Right.
Because otherwise, our entire gaming culture is going to be subverted by the CCP.
Yeah, because Communist China just took up, just started right where the where the USSR was at. They just picked up their mantle, basically.
They see a lot of enablers and a lot of pawns in the U.S., pawns in U.S. executives, and a lot of potential allies in problematic big institutional investors like BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, that has allowed this Fox-style strategy by the CCP to breach into gaming.
Yep.
And yes, Stone Age, it was a while ago, but a long time ago, but it's important to see where it started, because now we're just seeing basically the fruits of all of that long-term planning.
Yes, the issue is that
one thing that's important.
But okay, so the big thing we need to talk about is history and entertainment media. Cinema has been affected since as far back as the 1930s and 40s, where Soviet propaganda was already influencing our media and films, and that was already happening, and literature as well. So it's not a matter of it's not a matter of pointing to executives and corporations. It's a matter of isolating the source and cutting out the cancer from the source. Because if we cut the source off, as in we cut the cancer out, the tumor will die. It won't be able to grow anymore. The issue is that the things feeding this tumor are all sourcing back to one culprit. This culprit right here needs to be dealt with in order to stop this tumor, right? Because if we don't deal with that problem, this is going to continue to happen. Whether we get rid of Ubisoft, whether we get rid of Activision, whether we get rid of, EA, it does not matter. The fight will not change. Indies will not be able to recover. The industry will not recover because this is going to continue to spread from the source, which again, all the cancer stems from one source in this particular case. The disease is beating heart is the CCP, because the CCP is using the framework and plan that Yuri talked about to basically infiltrate and subvert and destroy from within. And it's working. People are going to run defense for them. People are already running defense for them. People will blindly defend them. People will, not only blindly defend them, but also promote them. It's funny because you'll see people that will be like, I hate this, woke slop. And then at the same time, the minute you point out this one thing, will immediately run into the defense of the CCP. Right now they're doing that, right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to fight as, if you could scroll up to the top right, please, Kibbs. When you look at the strategy, and you look at look at this Tencent holdings in video games and NetEase. You combine this and NetEase, most of your good games now, and most of the money being funded right now, is going directly into the CCP. Epic Games, for example, I'll take that as a hyper-specific example and focus on it. Most of the a stupid amount of the games that look promising now is Unreal Engine 5. And that's just going to be a lot of money into Tencent and the CCP's control. And Tencent, as you saw with leaked documents on how you develop games using Unreal, they try to subvert cultural influence into the Unreal Engine documentation. When you build a character, when you write a story, etc., etc., you're seeing these influences in here, and Epic Games is now the dominant engine out there, which means any new university students that are going to be learning to make video games is going to be taught a lot of this Tencent propaganda, which means even if they're not directly funded by Tencent, they're still going to have that influence seeping in there, that those seeds seeded there real quickly. And the only alternative, like Unity, has completely collapsed due to other reasons, but that's too far off topic. But our options are more and more limited as we have allowed this to grow and grow and grow for so long that now, how do we fight this?
Yep. The big thing I think, and the entire point of the stream, is doing the best type of fighting. Information. Information is power. The fact that we can give information and speak our minds to this date, and I'm having this podcast and not silenced, even though some people are trying to, but the fact that I'm able to do it means that it's not over yet. And so that does mean that we do have influence enough to tell other people. And through this sharing of information, and disseminating this information amongst our fellows, we can better stay informed. And so the only way to effectively do any sort of resistance at this present date is to just inform everyone. The more informed people are about what's happening, the less subversive it is, because people can spot it, right? So, for example, we know that AC Shadows is directly a ploy by basically Tencent to torpedo Ubisoft, in the same way that EA, a Western company, did something also terrible. Because these kinds of things aren't unique, right? Bad people aren't just one color or the other color, like faction, right? They're intermixed. EA did the exact same strategy with Titanfall 2. They released Titanfall 2 smack dab between Call of Duty and Battlefield, and lo and behold, the game bombed. What happened when that game bombed? What did EA do? It used the same doctrine that the CCP did. It took control of Respawn Entertainment and made them produce games they wanted. Did people get any more Titanfall games? No. What do we got? We got like games that aren't even related, but they're games that will confidently sell well, because EA is all interested in maximizing profits, not in niche subjects. We know that because of Dead Space with Visceral Games. We know that because of Westwood or Victory Games from Command & Conquer Twilight 4. So this mentality does not excuse corporations. Merely we are highlighting and underscoring that the particular plight and one of the largest blights we face isn't just an individual company like EA. EA is a problem, but it is actually this one particular organization that is actually masterminding it. Not just one company, not just one studio, not just one publisher, not just one place, but on a global scale. It is a global issue.
Now, I want to highlight one thing that this is not all investors. Like, if you can focus on the private investors on the Ubisoft problem, most investors are actually more on our side than you think. Even if they're not fully aware of this infiltration, they just want their money to go up, and that's a workable relationship.
Yes, their only goal,
customer want?
For the most part, for most investors that I know, is one thing, and it's money. That's all they want. They want profit. Now, that's not always true. But there's no such thing as absolutes. Only a Sith deals in absolutes, Chad. The big thing is, yeah.
Now, when it comes to this, is a stupid amount of the investment money that's allowed all this big control is actually out of our control. It's like it's 401ks being forced into problematic companies like Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street that are being taken advantage of by the CCP and Tencent through these problematic Western corporate executives doing this woke investing, sabotaging these companies. If you want to fix this, it's very simple. Pull your money out and give it to a money handler that you trust. But that's not easy. That's a larger scale. That's a more larger scale thing that needs to happen. But people are becoming more aware of it.
Yep.
Which is a good thing.
Now I need to address Blake, because Blake is autistically fixating. Does every Western developer hate you, Blake? No. The big problem is that you flat out said that every Western dev is evil. So I'm merely just reiterating what you said 5 seconds ago. That's the problem, Blake. Is every Western dev a good guy? No. I just said they weren't. Even Ghost is pointing that out. But you are constantly running defense for the CCP. The thing is, I just said. There's no point arguing with someone who's actually woke. So, moving on. What?
There is also the thing I've seen, not in chat, but general feeling for people, well, why does it matter if?
Why does it matter?
Why does it matter if the Western sides, if the Western developers fail because the Chinese market, the Chinese are doing good, so it'll be fine if they take over? It's no, that's the point. That this is how China has always operated.
Yes.
They operate at a massive loss most of the time to take over the market, and then they have full monopoly and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, it's not just gaming. It's happened to it's happened to construction. It's happened to the steel industry. It's happening all over the place. It's finally happening to our term, in our plate, because the wheel is rolled down the hill. It crushed everyone in front of us. We should have done something then, but I didn't really care about the steel industry, and that is bad. I should have. We all should have. We all should have cared. The point now is to start informing people. The point now is to actually talk about it. Being silenced and silencing us on criticizing these things, Blake, isn't going to do the right thing. Why should we remain silent about what's happening? We shouldn't. Do Western devs do bad things? Yes, they do. I said they do. I just said EA does bad stuff too. I'm not ignoring these issues. In fact, I had literally had this conversation about EA, but you'll notice how they just ignore it, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you tell the truth, because the truth isn't something they want to hear.
Do you know why this sort of issue gets caused? It's because these people that like go like, but the Western devs, like, they don't think about how the Western devs that they are complaining about are like a fraction of the industry.
The loud, obnoxious people that are assholes.
They purposely put there. Like, no one cares why, if they know how to code anything. They are put there to be the face of the problem, quote unquote. Because like, you don't know, like, when you talk about EAs or like stocks or China, there's no face to it. But then people remember that one dev that was like, they made Dragon Age, and Dragon Age sucked, and they said they hate gamers. And they focus on that one person because that person has a face.
One person has a face.
And
right.
That's why the person
love being a fish.
That person's only there to distract the masses, so to speak. You get what I mean? Like, we are not saying that when we say the devs are not the problem, Blake, we are not saying that these devs are not the problem. We're saying that like the vast majority of devs, I believe they don't care, they don't like this. But like, you have to put money on the table. Like, I worked in a company where like I got told, you need to apologize to some other employee because you offended them with a Facebook post once. And my boss was like, man, I don't really care. I think the post was funny, but like, they saw the post and they got offended. Can I apologize? And I'm sure, I'm going to delete the post and apologize. You got me? It's the same thing.
Yep.
I thought of an example, a perfect example of, just illustrate that it's not the people directly working on it most of the time. I think it was actually for Star Wars Outlaws, because internal screenshots of the development of the game was leaked. It might not have been Outlaws, but it was around that time. But basically, the developers, when they're making the game, like the character models, because it's the thing people always point to is the ugly characters now. The characters, the women stuff, they were pretty when they were making the game. It's only when they release the game, go to listing them, that they go in and change the model assets.
Also, real quickly, Blake, that's false, completely false. They said the coding monkeys can't get work unless they align with HR people ideologically. As somebody who knows a lot of people in the industry, like a lot, most people inside these companies aren't actually woke. Like, that's just actually true. Same for Blizzard, Activision, and a lot of friends that we have that work there, and like an artist I know, and some people. I'm not going to say their names because that would, actually can get them in trouble. But there are many people that work at these studios and these corporations that just are trying to pay their goddamn bills and feed their family. They don't give a shit about ideology. Most people are not woke. Period. That's just a fantasy, an absolute fantasy. Go ahead.
If you want some examples of what happens why you follow the money and you look at this leadership, look, what are the top shareholders of Capcom? Now, Capcom and Nintendo. Most of it's actually Japanese, non-woke Western institute, non-woke Western finance, and the Saudis.
And also,
and what do you see? What do you see from those companies? Not really the most woke games.
Yep, that's true. But one thing I want to point out real quickly, Blake, you worked for Rooster Teeth. They're woke, and you bowed down to them. Big difference indeed. So it's interesting when you point to somebody who works for a corporation that's also woke, but you did too. And you didn't die on any hill. Yet you're asking somebody to die on a hill so that their family starves, so they get ostracized from their work to make an issue of something that they shouldn't. Like, the reality is that these guys should be quiet and maintain, radio silence until they can make a move to do something. To just jump at the bite just to get axed is only going to get them kicked out, right? You got to act smart. You got to make your move when you're smart. Otherwise, you're going to lose your job. Like, and at the same time, you should be separating work from political ideology. You shouldn't be at work and doing politics all the time 24/7 to begin with. So it's just funny that you bring that up, because you yourself worked with Rooster Teeth, and you yourself just said that, woke companies are bad. So what's the difference with air?
You know what you did last summer.
Yeah, woke boy.
I want to touch on what I was got the Cthulhu here saying, because he's focusing on the China's only able to do this because the West is currently weak. Yes, and as we said earlier, this isn't something that they just now are jumping in. Who does it benefit for the West of weak? Who financed the West, like these policies that aren't good? That like if they weren't getting finances from outside, they wouldn't succeed. Like this has been long-term planned.
It was not just China. It was like Russia also did that.
Yes, but as I said, it started decades
like...
and decades ago, and China just picked up where the USSR left off, because you literally start, and like we said multiple times, you start at the ground level and slowly infiltrate. You make it so that they think that these woke ideas and stuff are the correct thing to do, or like you get them to more or less, like Kibs said, run defense for you.
Yep. Well, the goal is to obfuscate, distract, right? And if you get somebody who will get somebody to focus on a stooge rather than the actual source of the problem, you'll keep people misinformed. So let's say we have Jim. Jim points out that, hey, this corporation that's doing bad stuff is bad, but also the person behind this corporation that made this happen, who instigated this, is this person here. And then you get somebody named, Blake, for instance. And Blake just comes in and runs defense. Is like, no, it's just a corporation. You can't blame the fucking guy that funded it and asked for it and made it happen, because the corporation had to accept the money to begin with. If they didn't have to accept that money, it never happened. It's like, oh my god.
That's literally blaming. Effectively, what that is doing right there is there's a person who's an alcoholic, and they're drunk again.
Yeah.
So you're mad at them for drinking, but you're not mad at the person who is actively giving them alcohol constantly to drink.
Yes. Yeah. As somebody who has dealt with people who actually are alcoholics, and had to fight that battle, if you have somebody actively trying to entice and force that person into it, or not necessarily force that person, but actively constantly putting alcohol in every reach, that person's going through a psychological battle to not do that. Now, in this particular case, that's somebody with a disorder, right? Because they're actively fighting it because they have an actual issue. So it's a bit different, but at the same time, it is similar, yes, with the whole comparison. Because the thing is the person handing that person the alcohol is still bad. That's very bad to do that. That person is trying to spare his family pain by trying not to drink, and you're not doing him any help by constantly putting alcohol and whiskey and shots and stuff on his desk every day he gets home.
Yeah, because yes, while it might not always be the case, China is directly subverting a company. They could just be, like I said a couple earlier, enabling the bad stuff that the company is doing. Which, once again, the company's only able to do that bad shit because they're getting financial incentives from China to keep doing it, or the China's keeping them afloat so they can keep tanking shit.
Which comes back to the whole why do they have crazy people in these companies, and why do they still go on Twitter? Because let's be honest, if they weren't there to be crazy, there would be already a vast you can't be on social media clauses in every fucking contract. Because for more than a decade, this has been a problem. The reason there is not a clause for that is because no, I Zhane over here. Eugene, you mean the guy that comes in dressed as Sony shoe every day? Yeah. Give him a computer and a Twitter account. If our game starts to go bad, just point everyone at him. It's easy.
You can just distract. But the big thing is when it comes to distractions, the reason you'll notice why is it Tencent silent every time this stuff happens? Well, because if they made noises, everyone would realize it was they're doing, right? They're not going to say anything. They're going to be quiet and let Ubislop retards basically fucking splurg out, right? And then the other morons who are dumb enough to bite were gonna fucking splurg at each other. They can sit back and sip their fucking tea and watch the two morons go at it.
Yeah, so basically the useful
That analogy
idiots.
wasn't very good, Baffios, that's true, but his point is actually very, very correct. It's just the issue is when we're talking about this, when you're trying to draw an analogy, you need to be more concise with like the actual issue, because what's happening is obfuscation, quite simply. And people will easily allow themselves to be distracted because most people aren't that intelligent. Most people don't actually want to look at the bigger issue because the bigger issue is scary. It's easier, Bino actually nailed it on the head, it's easier to blame somebody with a face or somebody who said something than some nameless entity, right? Because it takes a strong sense of will and a strong sense of like a bigger picture to actually recognize the actual issue that's happening in the industry. You are going to get more woke games. Then you're going to get less woke games. The industry is going to go a little bit back and forth. Now, the pendulum is swinging back to the right at the moment, which means that it will start to die down. That's going to happen, period, right? But the question isn't a matter of like, oh my gosh, is this woke or is that woke, right? It's a matter of how much damage is going to be done when this is all over, right? Because Aristocratic Cthulhu mentions like, it doesn't really matter if the Ubisoft is owned by them. It doesn't matter if the Chinese government takes control of those IPs. That's what he told me. He said it doesn't matter if they take control of them because, you know, it's better to be... It's just like... You basically said, like you said on Twitter, it's changing one evil hands for the next. What's the difference? The difference is that that one evil hand was temporary. The other one is eternal.
It's eternal.
That one will not cease to be until the CCP ceases to be. Period. The other one could have changed when the pendulum had swung, but now never will. And that means, yeah, does Ubisoft make good games? No. Is Ubisoft a good company? No. Do I like Ubisoft? No. Is Tencent the only one at fault? No. Is multiple people at fault? Yes. Multiple people are at fault here. But the only time I'm finding issue is that when I point out that Tencent is also at fault, people like Blake will run to the defense and be like, no. No. Tencent's not at fault. They're only a little bad. It was actually the corporate guy. He's the real bad guy. Don't talk about Tencent negatively. Be quiet. That's not good. We can't talk about them. Like, okay, why not? Why can't we? Why do we gotta obfuscate? We've already talked about it. We've already talked about Ubisoft. We're now pointing to the person behind it, right? We're pointing to the source. Why is that not okay? Why aren't we allowed to talk about that? Why is it not okay to talk about the source?
We don't talk about woke. Also, one thing though. People are talking about woke, and my issue is, and I said this before.
No, I'm not excusing bad developers, Blake. I literally said Ubisoft bad 5 seconds ago. You see what I mean? He's putting words in my mouth. Like, I'll say, like, not all Western devs are bad, and he'll be like, no, Western devs, fucking lynch him.
Like, do you know how you sound, Blake? You sound like those people that want reparations for what, like, quote-unquote white people did. But
That's like, the same thing.
And you're like, my dude, I don't consider myself white. I consider myself Brazilian or American. Also,
good comparison. Actually, spot on, Bino.
It's just the same thing. Like, and also not every white, quote-unquote white person, because white is a very new term, actually. Not every quote-unquote white person had slaves or did this or did that. Doesn't matter.
Yes, Blake. So the big thing I think we've taken away from this is that we have to establish with Blake that not all white people are bad, Blake. Just because you're born white doesn't mean you're evil. I know it's a foreign concept to you, I'm sure. If you make games, does that mean there were bad devs in Ubisoft? Yes, Blake. It does mean that there were bad devs in Ubisoft. Does that mean that everyone who works for Ubisoft is a Nazi? Is that the argumentation we're doing? Are we going puritanical, Blake? Are all developers Nazis? Are they all Nazis? Is that what we're gonna start doing? Like, that's where we're going. That's where we're going with you, because it's going from like, we acknowledge that there are bad people there, right? But no, it's not enough. They're Nazis. They need to be punished for being Nazis. They need to be punished for...
Also, there's a thing though.
Portuguese aren't white. I understand why he thinks they're evil now.
There's a thing about people are talking about, yeah, games are going to have big titty bitches now, they're going to be good. I was like, okay, I also like, people know that I like big titty bitches, but is the game going to be good just because it has good looking women in it?
Okay,
I don't think so.
We got donation. Jan donates 50 Polish bucks and says, have this analogy free of charge. Here's a boulder rolling towards you, and someone's pushing it from behind. You have to stop both in ways appropriate to stopping a boulder and a person. SF, pray. That's a good, not a bad analogy. Good job, Jan. Proud of you. Proud of you, boy.
Also, Pray's almost finished, chat.
Thank you for the donation. We are $23 into today's goal. We have not made, or sorry, yesterday's goal. We are falling far behind on the weekly revenue, chat bros. It's over for Kib. This is the day Kib goes out of business. This is the day he criticizes China. It all adds up.
He has to put me and Dino down.
They hated him because he spoke the truth.
God, that would be a...
That would be nice, Blake, if the actual good developers were actually...
All right, let's stop talking. Let's stop constantly, like, going after, like... Because, Blake, I'm tired of having this conversation with you. I'm sick of it, right? There are good developers and bad developers in Ubisoft. Period. Done. We're moving on. So, next up, what does it be, Fuzzy Buddy?
I was going to address the point that there is movement to address this more and more. It's like, such as Saviour Interactive. Even if you like or don't like Space Marine 2, here's the thing. That money was not from these problematic sources. No Tencent, no BlackRock, no State Street, no Vanguard. You're seeing more and more of these developers go away from public markets to get away from woke investing to fund their projects. It's not projects, and you're starting to see more and more of this come along. They're looking for other sources of money, and a lot of business and developers are starting to recognize this, that, hey, if we take money from these problematic public markets, we are going to be beholden to a bunch of people with more deceptive or backdoor intentions that's going to ruin our vision, and we're not going to be able to make good product to sell to gamers. We're not going to be able to make good entertainment. Saviour Interactive is just the top example I can think of where they took it private equity. What is private equity? It's very simple. Private investments. Away from the New York Stock Exchange, away from all stock exchanges, where Tencent and a lot of these woke investment firms have been able to do a lot of this malicious investing. Like with Ubisoft here. Ubisoft is public. If somebody wants to come in and do a hostile takeover, well, there's very little you can do about it in hypothetical.
That's true.
Hypothetical. Now, when you go to private equity, you don't have to deal with any of that. It is you and the investor you choose.
Yep, you can choose your investor. I mean, the thing is, things are coming around. The entire point of this podcast is to merely underscore the problems and hopefully spread awareness of the issue and continue to broadcast the siren so that more companies start choosing to go away from this. Because the issue is, when Ubisoft started losing this way and other companies started losing this way, they were already set up this way before they knew about the Chinese stuff. They were already set up and they didn't know about it because there's no way to know about it. But that doesn't matter anymore because it happened. And there's no excuse for it because it happened. The only point of this whole thing is to point out that it happened, how it happened, and how to possibly avoid it going forward. We've already lost ground. We've already lost ground. That's the reality. There are already IPs that have fallen under their yoke, and we're not going to get them back. Not until we do something about it, right? But what is that something? And that something is we can stop losing ground right now by making a stand and doing something about it by just simply spreading information. That's all you can do. You're not going to be able to, like, magically snap your fingers and make, like, the fucking industry change, right? But what you can do is you can start being more vocal about it. And through being vocal, our voice gains strength, and when our voice gains strength, even developers listen. Many developers listen to my stream, I know that for a fact. And so the reality is that the more people that hear these things, the more that information is disseminated, the more people talking about it, the less likely it is to happen in the future. We can start to prevent it. We're not going to be able to stop what happened to Ubisoft happen. Ubisoft went down the shitter, and to be honest, you know, it is what it is. There's a lot of good IPs that were good under their umbrella, but they are not anymore. Look at their bastardized carcass, right? Well, actually, they're not even dead. Look at them wriggling in their decadent state, right? Let's try to avoid that going forward. Let's not lose more things. Losing things isn't good. I don't want to see people saying, oh, yeah, well, you know, I guess, you know, they can have Assassin's Creed 1, 2, 3, Revelations, Brotherhood, and all the other ones, you know, because I guess, you know, I already played them, so, you know, it's not like I had fun with it, but the enjoyment in the world went up when more Chinese people played it. It's like, okay, bike cuck. Okay.
Now, what can we do about this? Well, as Kibbs has said, information and knowledge is power. This is going to be brains over brawn, is first of all. When we see this, because we have all the means to spread information around and spread the facts around, use those so that when China tries to get your money, you just go, no. But you gotta make sure you're vocal and you get the information out there. And two, in the private investment sphere, when you look at all these finance areas, you gotta make sure that if you put money into an investment account, find a way to deny the money to even pull this with. This is has to be a very large scale organized movement that is building up steam, but we have to be disciplined about it.
Okay, just remember one example we had from last year where China, and I think it was China, this quote-unquote China, that like did this and failed. You know what was? Helldivers 2. Do you know why? I remember back when the game was at peak success, they had one developer that started like beefing with people online, and it was getting out of hand. And like I will say it again, the CEO of the company went and started wrangling that one and made the guy apologize and stop posting online. That guy didn't post again.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that was fighting people. So this is like I think that could have been a plan. Who knows, you know? But like this is the thing we're talking about.
Vocality is important because vocality does actually have effect. We do have power. It's just realizing when to exercise that strength and where we can, right? And that power has been demonstrated again. It has been demonstrated even in companies I fucking loathe, like EA. Like, for example, Command & Conquer recently got massive updates for all the games, and also not only updates, but re-released on Steam for more people to access, and then had their source code leaked, or not leaked, given away by EA, because somebody who actually cared, who actually liked the games, who actually cared, went in there, got into a position of power, and exercised that power, and was able to give us a Command & Conquer remaster, was able to give us lots of lost footage we never have seen before, was able to give the modding community source code we never had before, and was able to touch up the games that were otherwise abandoned. All because it takes one good developer to do the right thing. And he did. Kudos and hats off. That's a hero. Let that be known. Don't dismiss people just because they're developers, right? Because, yeah, are there good people and bad people? Yeah, there are. Are there good and bad devs? Yeah, there are. Are there disproportionately more bad devs in some companies than others? Yeah, there is. That's a fact. Is everyone evil? No. Is all white people bad? No. That's stupid. Are all black people bad? No, they're not. Are gay people bad? No. Are there some gay people that are bad? Yes, probably, definitely. Like, okay. Maybe we should judge case-by-case basis rather than generalizing everything. I know. Mm-hmm. Foreign concept, Chabros. Chabro don't know how to not judge.
I just think it's funny that Plague of all people, because before I met Plague, I
like Plague a lot, but sometimes Plague is just, I want to hurt him.
I like Plague. But like, you know what's the worst part? I heard people saying kind of what he's saying right now, but talk about Rooster Teeth. And they were talking about him because he was.
Yes, I know. That's why I thought it was funny that he brought it up, because like people are like, "How come the good people at Rooster Teeth didn't go and make a good thing?" Yeah, like why didn't you go and make a better thing yet?
Hey, former Ghost, thank you for the 5 gift memberships and also for the donation.
Thank you very much.
This message should be shouted from the rooftops. The IPs are what we care about. Studios will come and go. Protecting the IP from sinister influences is far more important. I agree. Hashtag pray. Skirt fund. Cookie for Rapier.
Thank you. Yes, that finishes pray. Thank you, Ghost.
Thank you for the generous donation.
Well done. Now it's to Ubisoft and anybody loves IPs. Like I remember back in the day, I played a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. What can be done about all this? Well, if you're talking, there are 2 groups about this. The investors, that is the biggest power group that can do something about this right now, and there is us, the paying customer. To address each individually, what can investors, as we see with the angry face, do about this? Well, they're going to have to organize and find some outside money to do a hostile takeover, and just because if you say most of the voting shares is still controlling voting shares is still out of the Guillemot and Tencent, but the investors are not really organized, hence they can't exercise voting control. If you were to do a hostile takeover, in conjunction with say maybe the French government getting mad about this whole deal gets blown up, as there are laws protecting the smaller investors, and you can just blow this whole thing up. That is the most likely scenario. Now, assuming this whole shell company actually happens, well, you're gonna have to find a way to sink this, and we keep an eye on the games and say, hey, this is shit. Let's spend our money elsewhere and be vocal about it.
Yes, Blake, but listen, Kib, I think you overestimate the Chinese. I don't. I'm not overestimating them, because the reality is they have financial power. It's the reason, it's what we don't have. We don't have financial power. I barely make daily goals sometimes. There's no way I can influence that much. They have billions of dollars. They have substantially more power than all of us combined.
And time. People forget about the time.
Like you need to actually pay attention to what they were doing in the past to the industry, not just now what they're doing in gaming.
Yes, because it's not just Ubisoft. Ubisoft is just the recent issue we're talking about. This has actually happened and is happening to hundreds of companies.
Yes, and the good thing in Ubisoft's case, if you see, again, I will point to the angry face, the investors are paying attention to us right now. If you create enough of a shtick and make sure they get the message that, hey, we want you to do something about this, you have our backs, that's gonna speak far more and more, because as long as the G family and Tencent are in control, nothing is going to happen. But if you go to where the money is and you make sure they get the message, because a lot of those investors, where the vast majority of this money is, it's actually outside Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and even Tencent. They're just the most organized and most highly concentrated. If you go to these decentralized investors and make sure they get the message, they will listen. But you have to make sure you use these new forces of medium that they're paying increasing attention to. Like AJ Investments, which is leading the charge against the G family and Tencent, mostly the G family. They are actually the biggest paying attention and are the ones trying to organize the most. You gotta make sure you prop them up.
There is the issue that people want to fix this now. Like, we want to fix this now, right now. Like, right now. Like, this plan that these people have been doing to destabilize the industry has been like more than 20 years in the making, my dude. So like, it's older than my sister.
Yeah, it's been ongoing, and they've got institutions, they've seized assets, they've already stormed the beaches. That happened probably during that Shanghai thing, or even a little bit before then, back in 2011.
And they have a lot of allies. They have a lot of C-suite allies in these game company executives and concentrated public finance.
They have a lot of very useful idiots.
But yes, real quickly,
on Twitch.
Little Donut Man says all we can do is buy what we like and not what we don't. That's true.
Yeah.
That plays a role. But the other thing, there's a little bit more we can do, actually. We can be vocal. We can talk about it once in a blue moon and inform more people on the subject. Because the more people we talk to, the more people that are aware about it, the more, things can happen, right? Am I saying that you're not allowed to play your Chinese gacha games because you enjoy them? No. If you enjoy a game and you like playing a thing and that's something you enjoy, doing and it makes you happy, then be happy. But all I'm simply saying is that we should be informed. An informed consumer is all I ask for. That's it.
Yeah. And we live in a data age. Go ahead.
You can play the Chinese game. Sorry. You can play the Chinese game. Just don't run defense for the CCP. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You can like some of the. You can like games. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we live in the data age, information age. All of this shtick is recorded. They're paying more and more attention to this. You gotta make sure that when you create this shtick, they're gonna be paying attention to this. It's just gonna reach to the people that need to hear this. It's like we actually have more power individually than we did, say, 20 years ago. If this was, say, back in the say early 2000s, late 90s, if you wanted to get to, say, the money people and get your voice in the money people, you were actually more limited than you thought. We have a lot more power now, as it's a lot easier for us to communicate to these power and money people what we want and what we're willing to spend our money on. Because you gotta keep in mind, they want our money and they need to know how to get it.
Yes. For example, there are plenty of Ubisoft IPs that are actually really good under their umbrella. And there were IPs that used to be good, right? Like Far Cry used to be kind of fun. Now it's fucking ass. Assassin's Creed was kind of fun. Now it's kind of fucking ass. Like
it's ass now.
It's just ass. It's ass.
He lost the Sins Creed, yeah.
The Sins Creed is just ass.
Summer Ghost brings an excellent old saying I want to read. Those that... This statement rings more true every day. Quote, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, unquote.
Yes.
You must understand where it began to work against it. Yes, learning from history, learning from the past, and seeing the results of said actions allows us to understand how to combat these Fox-style actions by the CCP in the future. There's a long history of these backdoor actions being played. We also have a lot more tools individually now to combat this.
Yep. And the other thing, Baffy's raised a good point. Remember one thing, gamers are not one unified entities. They aren't. We're not, and we never will be. And that's actually a strength, not a weakness. The big thing is to remember is the only thing we as gamers need to remember is that information is all that really matters. People can make up their minds on their own, whether they want to buy something, whether they're not. I'm not asking for anyone to boycott things, so that's completely pointless. But if people want to, like, you know what? I'd rather buy this game instead. Or, I'm not a big fan of that company. I don't want to play that. All right, cool. You don't have to. There you go. That's it. That's all you got to do. The big thing is when you remember that, it's not about making enemies. It's not about, being like driving a wedge in the community. It's just about like, hey, this is the stuff that the CCP is doing. They're doing it to the industry. This has happened to Ubisoft. This is why we got bad games. This is why a lot of other companies are getting led off of, these cliffs. There are so many companies and so many games that are just going the way of the dodo. And if you're curious about why, now you know. And it's very, very easy to figure that out once you actually see that. Because, okay, that makes sense. So if you're getting excited, because what tempers my excitement about, like, the Dune Awakening game is that Funcom is owned by the CCP. And the fact that Funcom's name is called Funcom. Like, fuck. That's the worst company name ever. Funcom. Like, that's just, like, come on.
No, it's not. It's the second worst. There was a
company so
named
bad.
Incel. There was a company named Incel some time ago.
Oh,
before the
no.
Incel
No.
Oh, God.
Aged poorly.
But
yeah.
To expand upon Kibbs' decentralized point, how is that a strength? To go a bit more into that. We're not nearly as easy to control, and gamers were almost always decentralized, and even more decentralized today. If you were a more centralized, organized group, you can easily just infiltrate, control, and guide where
that'd be horrible.
Spend their money.
Ostracize. And it's better that gaming remains decentralized because individuality is what I believe in, and that's what I place my faith in. I place my faith in the fact that you guys all are individuals, and you're all incredibly intelligent, and you will think various different things, and we'll get into disagreements, and we will again in the future. But I have faith in one thing, and that one thing is that you guys will think about stuff. Whether it's a little bit or a lot of it, well, it depends on the individual, but you're not just little dummies. You're going to think about it, and that's simply all there is to ask. Even the mere consideration is enough for me. It just means that you did the bare minimum. And that is honestly more than most. That's honestly commendable alone. And that's important.
Bucket. And we are one. Yeah.
Because the one thing that we did lose, like, because the big thing is why I'd be vocal, because there is still hope to quote unquote save the fucking whole shit show, and that would be the private investors. The private investors were actively fighting against a lot of the woke elements and actively trying to make profit and being denied their profit because the games are doing poorly. They want money. They don't really care about video games. Private investors don't give a shit about many things. They just want to see returns on investments. That's it. And you can be vocal, because Mr. Person says, complain about games enough and people will listen. Actually, incredibly simple, but incredibly true. If you are loud and vocally loud enough, and you talk about an issue with your friends, and your friends talk with their friends, and like a ripple, it spreads like a virulent disease, right? The big thing here is that what happens is it becomes a chorus of people upset about a game. And investors listen. Investors will look at things and the next time they have a fucking meeting, they're gonna be at the board, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is going on here? And the executive is gonna be like, and then they're gonna be like, all right, we're voting you out, get out.
Yeah, because here's how these private investors listen. On top of people that pay attention to social media, just to use my knowledge of my master's degree even, it's called sentiment analysis. You analyze text and you rate those based on the type of sentences and wording they use. Is this saying something positive about a game or negative about a game or a particular news story?
That's why
this isn't because the AI age is actually allowing these private investors to study us and pay attention to us. X, for example, Twitter, I refuse to say X. Twitter, for example, is big on this.
It's monitored.
YouTube,
yes.
It's monitored. There are data vendors that collect this, and the data scientists collect this, and they inform the investors, the fund holders, not just in the big three, in the big banks and the big mutual funds, but also the private investors and the private equity groups.
Yep.
This is how you get your. And they're doing this more and more and more because they want to know where to spend their money. You got to take advantage of that.
Being vocal. So, for example, let's say I make a post on X about like something that a game company did. Or maybe, no, just throw me out of the mix. Say somebody makes a post about a game thing and you agree with that post. You can, if you hit the like button, you're influencing the world by doing that. If you are in chat and you're watching the stream and you're engaging in chat and you're typing things, there are people and data analysts that Fuzzy talks about that go through these things and look, not just them too, but also developers do that. And I know several developers that have watched our streams before and I've even talked to them about our chats, and they've been asking me questions about how the Chatfish think on things. And I normally answer that I don't really know. They're just little guys and they think weird things. But beyond that, it's interesting because they're taking interest in you. Not just there, but everywhere. And not just you, but everyone. Anyone that's interested in the product. If Aristocratic Cthulhu likes to buy, RTSs, for example, right? And he's super vocal and super adamant and super talkative, right? Then companies are going to look at what he's talking about. He's like, I like base building and I want resort gathering. And then companies are like, okay, well, some people have been actually talking about that. Maybe there's a market for this particular niche game that we can appeal to and try to produce a product for. And so by being vocal in those areas, that's how you have influence. That's the reason why when people get mad at esports and esports, quote unquote, ruining games, and in a way they do in some areas, the problem and the reason why developers listen is because they're so vocal. They're incredibly vocal about every little thing. Like, oh, I really don't like that Mercy has this power in Overwatch. And it's like, okay, they're going to listen to that. And so the more vocal you are, the more power you have. They ruin everything. Fuck the FGC. Listen, Plague, but you get what I'm saying, right? Vocality has power, both positive and negative. I'm not saying that it's good. I'm not very big on esports stuff. I don't mind them as long as they don't change the game for them. It's just when they start to change games based on their opinions is when I start to get angry, because that's when the game becomes a chore and less fun. Now, what's funny? Hold on. One second. And then you can say your thing. So, Little Personality donates $100 and says, I'm white, so I'm pure evil. Just ask my slave. She keeps telling me I'm not, but I don't believe her. Soycinality has schizophrenia, chat.
They
We
have
can't help it.
$100 in their tags.
Yep. And thank you for your
the
generous donation.
donation.
Thank you for the donation, man.
Yeah, very generous.
You
Appreciate
don't make it food.
Microtransactions? Oh, I hate microtransactions.
You know what's funny?
What?
You know what's funny? This all ties back to China because we were talking about how being vocal. No.
I know. Just go ahead. It's fine.
Because we are talking about how being vocal influencing, and I was talking about this like 10 years ago when I was in college, like talk about how bot farms in China were like going to be influencing our culture soon enough. And like, why do you think botting, like not even botting sometimes, the Chinese go and act like droids sometimes, like, let's review bomb this game. They started the whole review bombing thing that like caused Steam. Also, another example, people are talking about how investors are the problem, then like there is Steam, one of the single companies that's helping us fight back against a lot of the anti-consumer stuff in the gaming industry. And that's his private investing.
Yep. That's a big thing. The big thing is, you are right. For example, review bombing. We can look no further than Paradox, because Paradox is currently under attack by China at the moment. And yes, China is currently review bombing Paradox games because they depicted China negatively. Now, some might say like, well, why didn't Paradox even make that when China has a little bit of investment? China has a little bit of investment, not enough to actually dictate or make anything happen, specifically Tencent. But they've been making use of their influence by trying to review bomb the ever-living crap out of them. Now, Paradox is no saint, mind you, either. I don't very much care for Paradox's horrific DLC policy that makes me want to blow my brains out. But I will say that if I want Paradox to be criticized or like review bombed, I don't want China on my side of the rope. Go away. Because the big thing is, you know that meme where the two guys are tugging on a rope and then it's like looks side by side and sees the Chinese person like pulling with them, like in this case Tencent? I would pull out a gun and I would blow away Tencent. Because I would rather lose that rope fight than win because of them. Win because of them. Because the reality is that if they win, like I don't win anything because they'll be taking things from me in the end. You got to remember that it's always a long game, and it's always a long game. There is no, they don't like you. Tencent doesn't like you. They hate you. They despise you. You're a lesser race than them. They actually think that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They think that, yeah.
You're a dumb little schmonkey, and all you exist for is to be milked of profit and discarded. That's all we are to them. And because they think that way, I don't really want them having influence in my games. I don't want them anywhere near the games I like. I didn't want them near Ubisoft, and I didn't like Ubisoft either. I don't like them taking control of things, period, because I know that while one devil is bad, trading one devil for another is no victory. The most important thing to remember... Go ahead. What?
I was going to say about the review bombing, I just remembered. When you look a little bit into the data of, say, Monster Hunter Wilds not so good review score, where does what majority or stupid majority of the negative reviews come from? China. What does Tencent and CCP have on some of the least influence in? Capcom.
Another example, like how people start trying to start up drama on Ninja Gaiden 2, because this and that. And then, like, you look at it, there's no Chinese investors in Koei Tecmo and in Ninja. You get what I mean?
That's true.
But they were trying to start drama like, her breasts are a little bit smaller than like the other game. Yeah, but like,
oh my god, and it's like like there's you have a clearly attractive woman and her breasts are like 2 pixels smaller. And then, like, there's another character next to her, and her breasts are, like, 10 times, like, larger. And they're like, oh, my God, it's over. Attack.
And that's why I keep talking. Like, I think we have a lot of more, like...
Yes, what happens there is that's reverse. It's not reverse, but it's puritanicalism. Puritanism is a dangerous slippery slope because Puritanism is literally what leads to wokeism. It is the first step on the path to wokeism, because wokeism is at its core a puritanical ideology, and the entire idea of it is culling things that aren't conforming to that ideology, or whatever that lens of beauty is. And that lens of beauty can be whatever, right? It can be whatever. Puritanicalism is just purely bad. It's not good. Pure anything is usually bad.
Except pure milk. Love me.
Mm-hmm. They are wrong to think that, aristocratic Cthulhu. They're absolutely wrong to think that. You know why? Because they're the ones who made that happen to begin with. They made it happen. We have wokeism because of China, because of the Soviet Union. We have these things because they gave it to us. No shit. No shit.
Cthulhu. Hey Todd. Hearing people excusing Ubisoft because of Tencent, it's like hearing criminals being excused because of low income. Makes no sense to me. Symptom blame, exactly. Thank you for the donation, my dude.
Thank you for the donation, very generous. Yeah, no one here is excusing Ubisoft whatsoever. Ubisoft is just as guilty as everyone else. They are just as bad. What if it's pure water? Well, then don't drink it. Then don't drink it.
You know what this sounds like sometimes? Before I went and studied the CCP, I was like, why the hell is quote-unquote America exporting all this woke stuff? And then I studied what happened to the CCP. It's like, I know now.
So now that everyone is on the same page and agree with us, we can now move on to the next subject. So, as far as Tencent doing bad things, what has NetEase been up to? Isn't there a couple of Japanese developers being raped viciously right now, a little Chumba?
More than a couple.
Yes, so...
Let's talk about the rape of Japan. Let's talk about again.
So one of the big ones, this is a bit older news now, but what is he? I think he's the main director. I'm just rereading quick to refresh myself on it. So one of the lead people for the Yakuza games basically left Sega and the studio on them to make their own under NetEase.
Yep.
And NetEase is already planning on shuttering them the second they release their game.
Yes. So hiring.
Another one would be the devs behind Visions of Mana. Similar thing as with them, as what happened with the Yakuza dev. They broke off from like Square Enix and other places, make Visions of Mana. Second game releases, NetEase shutters them and just takes all the profit.
Okay, what's the next one? So it was Visions of Mana, right?
Yep.
And what did they do?
So that one, the game released, and they immediately basically closed the company behind it after the game released. Or gutted it, at the very least.
Oh, we also have an old story. NetEase's Blizzard business relationship falling apart.
Okay, what's going on with that?
Well, remember, they were NetEase was a partner for Blizzard to get their games into China, and that fell apart. As we all know, NetEase is probably stealing stuff from Blizzard, so they had their, for the longest time, they had their dealings in... So on top of Tencent investing in Activision Blizzard, you had Blizzard doing business dealings with NetEase for the longest time. Remember, a lot of game companies are desperate to get into the Chinese market due to there are so many Chinese players, but you can't get in without partnering with the Chinese company. This is also how Tencent and NetEase managed to acquire all this money to invest in steal all this stuff, like Visions of Mana, Marvel's Rivals, hiring Japanese devs. Where did they get their money to? Us trying to get into the CCP market.
Yep.
You know what's funny?
So
a lot of MMOs try to get in China, and the moment they get into China is when the MMO starts to die because of all the Chinese bot farmers that destroy the economies. Like, I lost count of how many MMOs that happened.
So on the Marvel Rivals thing, though, quick, to just touch on that again. So that game released and was extremely popular. Has been doing very well. Apparently, then internally, NetEase has basically been putting more and more of the development into their internal team, away from the outsourced teams that made the game, basically, and with which most recently resulted with them shutting down and laying off a US-based team that was mostly focusing on R&D for the game. Once again, they had outsourced the game development to other companies. Second game releases, they then pull it into local development and just start laying off or cutting back on the outside teams.
And claiming all the credit, by the way. Because they said, no, the American team did very little, like the Chinese team did more.
The layoffs for Marvel Rivals has been very interesting because it had a lot of pushback and a lot of vocal people being upset about it. And it has just as many people defending it, saying, "Oh, well, they don't matter. They weren't a part of it." And it's in the Chinese national teams now working on it, so it's okay. It doesn't matter. There's people defending the layoffs because, oh, they were just a side thing, or it's still, the main team. It's okay because we still have our game. It doesn't matter.
I stopped playing that game, to be honest. I went to see how it was. It's just Overwatch.
It just looked like Overwatch.
I mean, it's a shit game, but it's another stupid hero shit game. It's slop, but it's what normies love, that stuff. So, we've established that NetEase is honestly kind of on the level
They
of
seem
Tencent.
pretty much they seem to pretty heavily focus on outsourcing.
Yep, then killing the team, claiming the credit as their own, and then stealing the profits for themselves.
That seems to be the main thing they do.
Classical common.
Whereas Tencent is more just about investing and taking over.
So Doctrine is outsource. Fire talent. Claim credit and profit.
Yep.
They also seem to have a way of actually making people attack the Western devs. So let's explore that. So, what would be the purpose and the reason why they radicalize people to go after the people that actually work on the games?
They want us to distrust our own kind of a Western culture of making games. This will allow them to kind of sub in as like, you are the problem, we are the solution.
Mm-hmm. You saw that even with like Black Myth Wukong. To me, it doesn't look like looks just like any other game to me, and like people are like, no, this game and this and that, and like I think that sometimes they even pay. They know that no one likes Kotaku. They know that no one likes these other publications. And I told people, that the devs are paying Kotaku to write bad shit about them because they know people will defend them just to shit on Kotaku, right? Or shit on like whatever game journal is doing that. It's like it's kind of what was happening here earlier, like when people are like, but our devs are also bad.
Okay, so the radicalization of the, what would you call it, gaming community, how does that work? How does it start? Why would somebody want to runningly defend a communist regime? Psychologically.
Well, at least in gaming, because they're being told or shown that they're the only ones making the fun games now.
Yeah, guys, if you look at the current situation, Overwatch. Does anybody talk about Overwatch anymore?
No.
In the hero shooter genre? Not really. It's been run into the ground by Blizzard's problematic or just incompetent running of it. Look at Overwatch 2 and that debacle. What does they're saying we are the problem, even though it was Volk investing that, especially during the time as this was before the Microsoft deal. What is we are the solution, China? Marvel's rivals. They took a bunch of Western devs along with Chinese developed talent. developed Marvel's Rivals, which is not innovative, and they openly admit that. It was just a very safe, better
By the
standard
books, yep.
executed hero shooter. By the books. By the books, nothing special. They even to do some psychological manipulation, knowing how much we hate microtransactions, Marvel's Rivals did not have the microtransaction store open before during when they launched
and
it. That was not up.
You know what they also did psychologically? They manipulated using sex. So a brilliant move, and a masterful move, is they understand the power of porn. And so what they did is they actually modeled the sexual organs of the characters. So that when modeling it, you can actually use them, and that made producing content easier. They saw what Overwatch had done, and Overwatch had created a market and advanced animation, but then they realized that they could do it by simply enabling it. A very brilliant move, because it's going to win a lot of good PR.
Frederick also points out, brings up a thing about fake controversies. We've been with Wukong because there was a controversy on that was just
manufactured controversies are nothing new in the industry. That's why you have to be careful of fake controversies. What's the Wukong one? The game looked like ass. I didn't want to play it.
I think it was about the sexy characters or something.
No,
the monkey is sexy.
Like...
What?
No. No, you're thinking about
okay. I was like, the monkey is gross.
Lack of diversity in
Hold on,
the game.
let Albine talk.
Yeah, let me speak. Let me speak.
Chatfish. I don't remember. I remember this. No, not you.
Bino, speak.
Okay. The whole controversy was because like they got like discourse that like some post that the team dev lead or something on the Wukong team did, and he was talking about how like now that his game is starting to have success, he like gets very worried because people are like rubbing his back and like being nice to him and like yanking his chain, jerking him off basically, right? And he gets very worried about like making wrong decisions when personnel and stuff like that. But he used a dialect from China that's like I don't remember the exact quote for what the term the saying was, but the saying was a quote unquote sexual saying to us, but to them it's just like be careful with who you deal with. And like the journalist took that and said that like yes, he is sexually harassing the female workers in the thing, like everyone's like, and you get me. It was a very forced controversy. It was a very forced controversy.
So it was manufactured.
It was manufactured. 100% it was manufactured.
But it got people talking about the game.
I mean, good strategy. Thing is, fake controversies are nothing new in the industry. Like, your mom hates this or is gonna hate this and stuff like that.
Like Dead Space, yeah.
A fucking controversy, a good one, always sells. So that's nothing new.
Funny because no one was thinking about. Wait a second. The outlets that are talking shit about this game, they love China. Why would they? And no one thought about that for some reason.
Okay, so now we've established that both NetEase and Tencent are basically evil. Okay, now that we've established that they're evil and irredeemable, is there any other evil Chinese corporations we missed in the gaming market? Oh God, please no.
There's another big one. I don't really know what they do outside of the games they make. They might just be focused on actual development and not so much the branching out, like NetEase and Tencent is, and that's what is it? Albine Mio?
MiHoYo, you mean?
Yeah.
MiHoYo is. Okay, we know what's about the MiHoYo and like a lot of these gacha companies is the same issue that is happening in the anime industry, because like a lot of anime studios were like outsourcing to China because they were so much cheaper to do like animations and stuff, right? So the Chinese people started like stealing like animation techniques and stuff like that. Is why one of the big gachas now is Zenless Zone Zero, because like there's very good 3D animation in that one, and it's based like always stolen from like the Japanese, like back from when they were taking like classes, quote unquote, from the Japanese industry. And MiHoYo is based like, okay, how much can we steal money from the Western people with like shitty gachas?
Ahoy is Genshin Impact.
Yeah, they're the
Genshin Impact
devs.
Damn, they've made shit tons.
Yeah. And, there's even a thing about how they made a nuclear power plant. It's like, well, no, the Chinese government did because they get most of the money.
Yep. Well, yeah, you give money to a Chinese company and most of the money goes towards them. Like, the big thing is Path of Exile 2 is one Chinese game I enjoy. Well, it's actually not Chinese, it's a New Zealander game. However, the New Zealand devs, in my opinion, made a very bad error of choosing a very bad publisher and getting their money from bad places. So that's going to bite us in the ass down the road. I have no doubt about that in my mind. It's just a matter to what degree, you know?
And they're able to do this because Diablo 4, while not exactly a flop, it's nothing compared to Path of Exile 2, because Diablo is no longer the king it was, and Path of Exile 2 has overtaken it. Which means the ARPG genre, what choices do you have? You have Grim Dawn, which is just copy and paste Diablo 3, not exactly pushing it, nor going to get much renown. Maybe Titan Quest 2 to compete, but right now it's just Path of Exile 2. And it's doing fantastic right now in terms of performance.
I don't know, I stopped playing that game because I'm waiting for updates.
Like,
I think
stop bothering fucking ghosts. That's your final warning. Continue. If you do continue to do so, you'll be put in a timeout because I need you to stop starting drama with everyone in chat. No, ignore it. Move on. If he doesn't stop, we'll be put in a timeout. You'll know.
I was going to mention about another issue that we have is that I'm complaining about this for people are annoyed how much I complain. Fucking live services. Every game nowadays is a live service because of how much money they can steal from you basically, and
they can also have more control over the game then.
Yeah, they have massive control over where you can play it or not. And I think people need to fight more against live services than even with the woke stuff. I think it's secondary to the live service stuff, in my opinion.
Well, what do you mean secondary?
Because you can just not play. If you have a game that's woke but you like the game, you can mod the game. You can play whenever you want. You can uninstall it years later. The game is woke, but you can mod it. When you have a game that's a live service, and live services were pushed heavily by Chinese and Japanese, basically the Asian market pushed heavily live services. You have no control over your account because you can get banned at any fucking time for any reason. You don't have control over when you can play the game. For example, if New Vegas was a live service and it came out, how would people be playing New Vegas now? There are people that only play New Vegas. They play it every year. They go and replay the game. You get what I mean? So how are people that like Genshin, for example, going to play the game in 20 years, 15 years when the game is out? Is not the live service got destroyed. This is why I don't like live services. Yes. Oh, sorry.
All MMOs are live service. That's true. I was letting Bino finish his point. The thing is, live services aren't necessarily an issue. When a live service is executed well, they can be good games. The big thing is this comes from the idea that all blanks are bad, or all Dark Souls games are bad, or all Souls-likes are bad, or all RTSs are bad, or all this are bad. When you operate with that mentality, you're operating under the idea of an absolutism, and the absolutism is that you're broad stroking everything it's all bad. Live services aren't inherently bad, but they have problems. So let's talk about that's not quite related to the subject, but the reality is MMOs, the biggest problems they have isn't the fact they exist whatsoever, because they exist and they thrive. However, the issue is that video game preservationism speaking, that there's no way to protect those games and those ways to play those games once those servers go down. That's the actual issue with live service. For example, Helldivers 2, a game I absolutely love. What happens when the servers one day are shut down? One day they will be. One day they will be. Maybe not next year, maybe not next decade, maybe the next decade after that. But one day the servers will go down. What happens to the game? Why does it matter? Because every game should be preserved. Period. Nobody can argue with me on this because it's not an argument. All games deserve to be preserved. Good or bad. Period.
Same.
No discussion. That's it. They all must be preserved for future generations.
Same thing with art.
Yes. Whether the game is ass, whether the game is great, it means nothing. No, who is the arbiter of what's good and bad? No one. The thing is, we're going to deal with this fact. All games must be preserved for future generations as art, under the protections of art, so that they are preserved and allowed to be consumed by younger and newer generations, so they can see what had come before, so that we can learn from the lessons of the past. They can learn from the greats, and they also learn from the bads, right? People should be able to experience Dragon Age Veilguard again. You know why? So that people can know what went wrong. Understand how bad things can happen. If you go back a decade ago and you ask somebody now, oh my god, what do you think of Dragon Age Origins? Oh, it's fucking awesome, dude. Well, they're gonna make like several more games. Like, oh shit, man, hell yeah.
Well,
they're all gonna be
That's
ass.
just being cruel.
They're all gonna be ass. They're all gonna be ass.
It's gonna be cruel to people.
People need to learn. We need to preserve these games. How do we preserve games, by the way? How do we do that? Well, we need some sort of hosting location that can provide these services or provide this game to be downloaded. Because the reality is most games and all games are digital media. Digital media only needs to be downloaded to be experienced, right? Like a book, like a library, an archive. What I propose is that the United States creates a video game preservation archive. There should be an archive. There should be archive.
That'd be one of the few things I'd be fond of.
It's like the U.S. Great Library. We should have an archive for video games, in my opinion. And digital media, so digital media can be protected for future generations. That's it. That's the only thing I want. And I think that mods should also fall under this archive, because they are extensions of that art and that media. I think that they should all be preserved, regardless of how good or bad they are.
As an offshoot of what Gibbs is saying, I would prefer to see remakes of games having bad games that had potential being remade to a good game, not just, oh, it's the game from 10 years ago, just again.
That would be really cool. Like a remake of a game that could have been great. In theory, right? Like Fire Warrior, right? Remake Fire Warrior from the ground up, but it's actually about the Tau. And it's actually fun. That'd be fun. I'd buy it. I'd be happy to play it. Unlike the current Fire Warrior, which I'm not happy to play.
Wait, there's
something similar to Abandonware? Yeah, pretty much. Or basically allow Abandonware sites to become archival websites and receive donations to be funded to be maintained. That way we can maintain that, like myabandonware.com. Could be an archive site. It's got the infrastructure to be an archive site, so we can protect games. Because I think all games deserve to be protected. I think that you guys... So, like, let's say for the game I'm making, right? When I die and I'm gone, I want future generations to experience it. I hope that it's archived for future people to play. And at some point, when my studio's defunct and not existing anymore because it's turned to ash and cinder, because somebody sold it out along the way, I want the game to be available for everyone, so that everyone can try it. So everyone can see what we labored and spent our lives working so hard and sweat and tears to build, so that it's remembered for something. I think that all video games should be preserved. And I think that's not a thing I'm going to argue here. There will be. There will be.
I mean, here. Yeah. Yes.
There already is people that disagree with me then.
What I'm saying, this community in the chat and us here, like, no one's going to disagree with you on that.
I know there already are.
I think.
But the big thing is video games need to be preserved at all costs. Because video games are just as important as any other piece of media and art. And they are art. People who don't want to call them art are corporate stooges. They don't want them to be preserved so that they can milk it, so that companies that didn't earn it, or for example, this Ubisoft fucking thing we just talked about, wouldn't be a problem if video game preservation actually mattered. You know why? Because Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3 should at this point be getting ready to enter what I would call like the ability to become what we call abandonware.
Yeah, public domain, basically.
They should be available for anyone to experience because, you know, they're part of our history in the games industry. And the reality is that eventually the developers that made those will be dead and gone. And I can tell you right now, the good Ubisoft developers that did work at Ubisoft are long gone for the most part. The only thing that Ubisoft had that even was remotely good under it was like fucking Blue Byte. Blue Byte's incredibly talented, and I hope they don't get fucking raped in the middle of this shit. Well. Poor little German devs. Somebody protect them, Chad. They're just German.
Protect the Germans from the French and Chinese. What is this alternate history?
The Germans are like, hey, but they're just like abducted. Oh, that's
GOG does have the game preservation, but it's...
GOG is a step in the right direction, yes. It's a step in the right direction. I like what GOG does. I like the fact that they patch the games to try to make them more workable. I think that there should be a company or a institution of programmers or a community. If I ever blow up and get like George Lucas rich with my stuff, I want to found a foundation that's dedicated to updating the code of all games so that all games run on modern systems. For preservation's sake. Because saving the code is step 1, saving the files is step 1. Step 2 is making it so those experiences are experienceable. Because there are some old games that aren't quite experienceable, or you have to jump through hoops to get them to run, or use like DG Voodoo and stuff like that, and I mean, even then it's mixed bag results.
Software emulation that can run on modern software solves a lot of that problem.
Yes.
Of the older games.
Simulating old XP and stuff like that. But then again, I'm sure we'll run into headaches with fucking Microsoft, because I can imagine they
and
won't
Windows
like
11 and 12, whenever they release that. Yeah.
Everyone's telling me to not go to Windows 11.
Well, they're ending support this year for 10.
Yes, GOG is doing preservation. They are. Though, sadly, the quality of the preservation is slightly disappointing. Some of the old games on GOG are non-functional, meaning that you can buy them, but they will not function on modern systems. And that is, in my opinion, regrettable.
Now, they are doing a new thing where they're actively...
That is constant maintenance, Aristocratic Cthulhu, and I will sacrifice my own personal revenue and my own personal funding to make sure that that gets the revenue it receives. Especially once our stuff takes off. I'm like, if I ever had the ability to do that, I would. Without a doubt. No one needs to pay for that, right? No one needs to pay for that if they don't want to. But I would. I would pay for that. I would sacrifice my work and my revenue, a part of my revenue, to help pay for that. You don't need to do that. No one in chat needs to do that. I'd volunteer my money. Once I have free spending money.
Now, GOG has launched a new thing, or newer thing, where they're actively...
But it
seems like the community can vote on what, but like they're actively going and fixing the old games to make them playable and like bringing newer ones, no, not new old games back to GOG or onto GOG. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
There's one other thing, since we're talking about foreign money investments, one other one I'm paying attention to, and if you look at the Saudis, the Savvy Gamer Group is acquiring the Pokemon Go developers. That and the UAE are they're investing upwards of the deals are upward of $2 trillion we combined them into the US. There's going to be a lot more of this foreign investment money, especially from the Saudis, into Western companies. The Saudis have been doing it a lot longer than the UAE. They're the first one through Savvy Gamer Group. They've acquired Western talent, Western executives, including from Ubisoft, and are starting to make big pushes. Monopoly Go, for example, they own that. Now they own the Pokemon Go developers, and they own significant shares in Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Nintendo, and they're doing a lot of this very same thing. Now, we don't entirely know if they have any deceptive intentions. We've heard nothing about that since they're more Western business partnership preferred right now. But
they do seem to be pushing against the woke stuff, but they definitely will have their own. I'm pretty sure they have been. At least whenever I've seen stuff with the
Monopoly Go, that's probably made shit tons. That's one of like the biggest board games on the market.
They bought the Pokemon Go developers. Hold on. And the main problematic investment they've had or business deal is, and we don't know if it's even entirely to them because they're not even close to being the dominant partner, is the Embracer Group. That was by far one of their biggest deals, and they were close to making a $2 billion investment in them that they pulled out of last minute. That's why the Embracer Group is breaking apart, and you see all this selling off of Gearbox, Saber Interactive getting free via private equity, and all these other things. This is probably one of the few... Oh, UAE, Saudi's own Savvy Gamer Group, Kips, not the UAE. UAE is one of the people investing in the West big time, but not the only one. The Saudis are the ones pushing big into gaming right now. And this is another one, since we're talking about this foreign money into a weekend of problematic Western game development. This is the other big player, and they're possibly just as big as China, just because they have infinite oil money to pump into. Because
you talked about like I don't know, you talked about how they are not that woke. I think they are not, but they are also not like super adverse to it. Pokemon Go had a huge scandal. I think it was last year, where they basically redid all the 3D models for the trainers and made all the androgynous blobs.
Yes, they did do that, but also they synced up the model for your character in Pokemon Go to sync up with what your weight and height was supposed to be in Pokemon Sleep or whatever the app was.
That's weird.
And
so,
I don't.
So
we
a lot
don't
of people
know
who were reading about their character becoming ugly was the character then being matched with closer to their personal appearance.
Also, this deal is very recent, like the past 2 weeks, so we don't even know if they even had any more investments into the Pokemon Go developers before this.
Okay.
So it's very possible.
So, Space Monkey Dojo say, will AI help with game preservation? No. AI should not be used, because one of the problems with using AI is, firstly, we got to talk about the term AI. AI is a term we're misusing. It's not really AI, it's more like VI, is what we have. We don't actually have AI technology. We are still cavemen.
It's just at best
it's virtual. It's a virtual imitation of intelligence, but not actually proper artificial intelligence. So the big reason why it won't help is because the problem with AI or quote unquote AI, but VI more likely, is that it imitates and cannot create. Not only can it not create, but it also just doesn't. It's not worthwhile. It's a tool for people like Joe and Frank to play with, and for people to mess around with, like a little toy, but it's not in a state in which it can help us right now. If we had true AI, yes, that could actually help us, but we lack real AI technology. We're just not there yet. In the future, though, I imagine it will. I really hope it will, because it could help a lot. It could help with restoring lost code and things like that. True AI. That would be incredibly exciting. But sadly, we don't have true AI. Because in that case, we could actually not only... Oh my god. The possibilities. We could not only figure out that, but it could help us decipher the source code for old games where they lost the source code, and then we could uplift those games to modern systems. But yes, true AI could absolutely help us there. Unless our VI technology gets more advanced currently, I don't think it can help. But I would need to talk to somebody who is more expert on that, because what we need the VI to do is go through and basically translate all that code. You know what I mean? Like, get the source code, get the blueprints of what we need. Because with that blueprint, we can make whatever.
Our current AI was to try to do that, it would just be riddled with errors and issues. Cause,
yes.
Like, people already use it to try to code to be lazy, and it's just... What was it? I remember seeing this when I was...
If I caught Robert doing that, I'd fire him.
Oh, so basically, like, the thing was... I remember seeing, like, you can either spend, like, 2-3 hours writing the code yourself, and then you have to spend an hour bug fixing, or you can spend an hour getting the code from the AI and have to spend 10 hours bug fixing it to get it to even work.
You can get some things from VI, but the problem with the VI we have technology-wise is it's incapable of creating, meaning it has to steal from other databases or use other databases. That's why when you put art into the VI, the problem with VI in terms of art generation is that it's basically become so... We've inflated the internet with so much fake art that the fake art is now being copied by the fake machine. And so now it's using fake art, basing it off itself, and that's basically causing all sorts of issues. This was going to happen anyways, and the issue with that is that that's going to cause more problems on the road. Now, fortunately, because people generate new fresh blood art, real art, that will actually keep that from probably becoming critical. But I've heard some people mention that that's going to become an issue in the near future. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, to sum up the AI and why using all these people misuse it. This is because of my field and I know the math behind it. These are predictive statistical algorithms. These things are meant to make predictions based on what you feed it. It is not creative. It is not innovative. It is not flexible. It is none of those things. These are very expensive labor. Very expensive. I'm talking very high six figures level expensive labor to do something that hasn't produced real tangible results, much tangible results yet, and that they're still trying to figure out of how to. At best, these are supportive tools for existing artists to make their lives easier. That is it.
Yep. And instead, advancing the technology is never going to be a bad thing. But the big issue is that do not become reliant on a tool. Because you still need to have the ability to actually use things. If you become reliant on a tool, then you lose your purpose. Raffle gives a membership. Thank you for the gifted membership. Hopefully that answers your question, Spunky Monkey. But once we have true AI will help. The problem is our current technology is not true AI, and we're not there yet. We're just going to have to be patient.
Mm-hmm. Also, chat, as a reminder, there is still a bounty on Decompresso. Albine's choice. Well, Beano.
Beano.
You just put that $5 to whatever you want.
Also, about the Savvy Gamer Group, I have a bunch more to list.
You little
Electronic
whore.
Arts, 9%.
Nope.
Nexon, 10%. Embracer Group is 8.3%, but they're being broken up. Capcom is 5%. And Take-Two is 6.46%. Like,
Take-Two's a terrible company.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they're actually the biggest one is actually Vanguard. They're number 2.
Yeah,
Followed by
Vanguard
State Street and BlackRock and JP Morgan.
Garbage.
Yep.
So if you're talking non-woke investors, they're in gaming. They're one of the few non-woke ones, at least in theory, so far. But they're the only player that's actually making big money moves, or the biggest one that's making big money moves right now. But they can't be the only one because they're not going to carry the torch, and there are 4 non-Western country.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess membership.
They're a potential strategic partner, but they shouldn't be the only potential strategic partner in this.
Hey, Grumpy, give us 5 memberships. Thank you for the donation, my dude.
Thank you very much.
And Rifford also donated a membership. Thank you, my dude. Thank you for the donation.
I don't even know who BlackRock are. Actually, no, I recognize their name, but I thought they were like
they're
not
one of the
gaming.
Bigger ESG pushers.
ESG. Then they are woke.
Yeah, they
I'll
are.
give you the TLDR. There is something in finance called the Big 3. BlackRock, the biggest. Vanguard, number 2. State Street, number 3. These are the top mutual fund investment providers in the U.S.
So you're telling me these guys are Nazis?
Mm-hmm.
Fuzzy just
gets
the
biggest woke investors. Yeah, like Rapio said, they're the biggest woke.
BlackRock and Vanguard are the.
I've heard about Vanguard. Yeah. I've heard BlackRock.
Yeah, these are the biggest financial institutions. Because BlackRock, before they took a hit, had possibly has an upward of 10 trillion in assets under management. That is assets they directly control from other people's money. Most of it is 401ks, state pension plans, 401ks. A lot of times for your 401ks, you don't choose where that money goes to. These companies that handle your retirement accounts and these 401ks put their money into BlackRock and Vanguard that use your money in mutual funds to make these woke investments, which Tencent, let me finish, which Tencent then can take advantage of because BlackRock and Vanguard are useful idiots because they do this ESG woke investing that China knows how to manipulate. As anything these 2 companies have touched in gaming has turned weak. Why? Because BlackRock and Vanguard are actually, in conjunction, and State Street are the biggest holders in Take-Two. Take-Two is losing money hand over fist right now. They just sold their private division, their AA indie publisher. They also are possibly losing money on Gearbox, because Gearbox has made flop after flop after they spent a bunch of money acquiring them from Embracer Group. And who are the top investment holders? BlackRock and Vanguard.
My God, there's more bad people on my little board here.
Yeah, if
Hey,
you aren't
there's more
them,
bad.
these are, yeah.
Can you show the
CCP
whole board?
uses these guys as useful idiots.
Also, Chatfishes, thank you, Gentleman Harlot, for a gifted membership, and Greenbranch, thank you too for another gifted membership. So,
Well,
Chatfishes, when
And
you're
Grumpy Rats.
Does
no
BlackRock
fish?
wait? Did you imply that BlackRock actually works with Tencent and things, or no?
Tencent takes
Useful
it and
idiots.
they use them as useful idiots. So
Yeah, useful idiots is the term. The way it is
Yeah,
when
but
you
we
say
don't
do any.
I know, but that's fine.
I
Hold on, stop it. But they don't take money from them, do they?
technically
If they
not.
if they do
take
any
most
business
of their
deal-
money.
Speak fuzzy.
BlackRock is one of the biggest investors in China, so there is definitely money dealings in these two on a large scale. Like if they want to say invest a coal plant in China, BlackRock is one of the biggest investors in that.
Wait,
There
they
are
do?
dealings. Yeah, there are BlackRock especially, and I know BlackRock for sure has serious money dealings with the CCP, where back and forth they have a lot of investments in China, big investments, and on top of their ESG investments. Most of the investments, there is stupid amounts, possibly hundreds of billions, possibly trillions of money dealings between the CCP and BlackRock. Because BlackRock invests heavily into China, that alone means there are serious talks and going betweens between the CCP and BlackRock because you have to invest in China, which means any BlackRock dealings, the CCP probably has some kind of thing in it or some kind of working relationship. Hence, I prefer the term useful idiots because BlackRock's head and is woke. I mean, seriously woke.
Very woke. He gave an interview where he went like, "We force the companies to be woke. We go and like make everyone be woke. Like you need to be, otherwise you don't get money."
Yeah. If you wonder why a lot of these loans, there's two ways to do it. BlackRock does it through stocks that's publicly traded, and they do these votes with CCP with Tencent. And there's also bonds. A bond is a fancy word for a loan. When you do a loan on the public market, that is a corporate bond. BlackRock is one of the biggest funders of these woke bonds that is aligned with the CCP's goal of weakening Western game developers and publishers. You find that whenever there's a woke company or any kind of that, you look at where they get their loans from, and you see Vanguard, and you see they're doing all the check marks of the woke. There's a reason for that, because when you do a public bond through BlackRock, there's almost always going to be strings attached, and they openly admit it on video, like Albine said.
I know BlackRock, but I vaguely recall I think it was Vanguard.
Vanguard.
A couple of months ago, I think it was, basically came out with an investor announcement saying that they were dropping like the EGS stuff, or
they're like
on paper.
They just changed the acronym.
Yeah, they're most likely going to change the name, but BlackRock and Vanguard are very well aware that people don't like this DEI woke investing that has enabled the CCP to infiltrate to such a large extent. But the problem is it's never going to get better unless people start taking control of their money and pull money out of BlackRock and Vanguard and into other institutions that are going to invest that more aligns with their goals of simply making money.
The majority
which is a workable relationship.
The majority of BlackRock's money comes from government pension funds and stuff like that. So they don't give the people like that the money is coming from any option. And the issue is they already are doing seminars and stuff on what the next terms are supposed to be. Like you don't say DEI, you say you say these. You don't say like we don't hire whites or we don't hire like people that are not communists. You say we hire people that are like empathetic or something like that. It was a term. I forgot the term. I saw one guy leaked one of the new seminars they are giving to the woke people. It's based like it's the whole like the eye stuff is not going away. It's just they are just trying to put it under the rug. The one
different label, try to be more hidden.
The one thing they are doing though is that they realize they don't need to pay hundreds of thousands to like those DI consultants, because being woke is super easy. You just take off your brain and you start acting crazy, right? So there are a lot of people are losing cushy jobs.
Now, I'll give you two stats, Kibbs. Go back to BlackRock and Vanguard. I'll tell you their assets under management. These are the assets they control through the mutual funds and bonds. BlackRock, as of the end of 2024, 11.55 trillion assets under management.
Now, I want to point out, I want to read the donor that we might have missed in the beginning from Grumpy Rat.
Go for it.
Who donated $5 and said, "Nice schizo board, Kib."
Yeah, we're basically tying things to... We managed to tie quite a bit to... Okay, so, puppets. We've got a lot of little puppets, right? As we call them, useful little idiots. So, what do we have?
Vanguard, assets under management as of January 31st, 2025, 10.4 trillion. That is 21... And one more important thing, BlackRock is publicly traded. Vanguard is private.
My God. The more Fuzzy reveals this, the more it's all connected to communism.
You didn't know about that?
What the fuck? The more it's all connected.
Well, it's like... We didn't know about. Everyone looks at Keeps, like the whole class look at Keeps, like, what do you mean you didn't know? Like, what?
So we have Tencent. Tencent is a puppet. BlackRock is a puppet. Vanguard is not a puppet?
The useful idiot. Now, here are the biggest shareholders of BlackRock.
What does that mean?
Vanguard, Kuwait Investments, BlackRock Advisors, State Street, meaning the biggest shareholders of BlackRock are other rogue investments, including some of BlackRock's own money.
My God. Keep going, Fuzzy buddy.
Yeah, State Street is the other third one, but State Street is less well known. Let me get State Street up. Yes, State Street. They're another.
Wait, is Street or Three?
Traded. State Street.
State.
That's the
Street.
Third... Yes, literally those two words.
Oh, okay.
Assets under management, 4.715 trillion. Assets under management.
4.5 trillion.
Yeah, 4.715.
4.715.
These are the three. This is a disgusting amount of money inside three companies. And keep on in mind, this is not checking or savings account money. That stuff is dominated by stuff like Wells Fargo or JP Morgan, who are not as big into investments as these companies are. These are companies that specialize in mutual funds, bonds, and investments in all of its forms. And they have all of this money, that's a disgusting amount of money, and they control a lot of the globe in every single thing, the entire economy. They have a lot of say in all sorts of public and private markets, mostly public. And the heads of these big three are the useful idiots of China. Because especially since they have significant dealings in China, BlackRock being by far the biggest.
My God. BlackRock is the biggest puppet of them all.
Now, Vanguard sees a running on the ball more than BlackRock, but Vanguard is high probability of just re-strategizing their already existing strategy, so don't expect change. This is why you follow money. The only counterpunch to this is actually the UAE and the Saudis, who are, even if they're not entirely pro-Western, they have their own philosophy problems. The heads of those governments are at least more favorable to Western business dealings than BlackRock is. But that can only get you so far.
Yep, because they could potentially, they might be our friend now, but that's going to change in time.
Because it's only based on the powers that be having good relations with the heads of these other powers. Now, as to give one hope, most of the money is actually not in these big three. These are the biggest public ones in terms of public mutual funds and stuff like this. Private equity or private investments is where most of the wealthy United States is, or where most investments are. This is much more harder to organize, but this is where gaming is more and more going. Saber Interactive, Relic, Hell, AJ Investments is another private equity, private investment firm that's looking to go after Ubisoft and Rally. These companies are under a lot less harder to control from the CCP, Tencent, and woke investors than, say, BlackRock is. Because it's private. You go to them, you try and bully them, they give you the middle finger and say, go fuck yourself.
That's why, like,
because they're not beholden to public woke investors. They're beholden to the ones that literally pay their salaries, which is the ones that have investments in them.
That's why, if you notice, Fuzzy, what they were having tried to do is that the CCP has sneakily tried to lobby US politicians to attack US-based companies like Valve and some other stuff. If like, no, we need to change this law or do this or that because this company is abusing it. And meanwhile, like, wait a second, what do you mean the US company is abusing it? What about the CCP company over there? Like,
you bring up a good point to go off, Albine. Steam and Epic. Let's talk a little about how that. So Epic is a good business partner with Tencent and by far the CCP. Steam, well, is Gabe Newell essentially as a pure capitalist. He just runs Steam and makes his money. Why is there a battle between them? You saw a lot of people when people were defending Tim Sweeney going after Tim Sweeney, the head of Epic, going after Valve. I guarantee you there was more to it, because if Epic Game Store took off too much, that is just a CCP having a stupid amount of control over the games market. Why do you think Epic got all this money to spend on getting free games out of huge losses? Where did that money come from? The CCP through Tencent, through this business dealings. Why do you think Epic got favorable access to the Chinese market? Tencent. They have it's between Tim Sweeney and Tencent that own Epic. Epic is private. Which means a lot more say in how Epic. Tim Sweeney may say in theory that, oh, Tencent doesn't have I have the dominant control. No, that is not exactly how private market works. Because you don't take a stupid amount of money from in a private investment without some kind of control being given. Why do you think Ubisoft is the G family is losing a lot of control to Tencent right now via this more or less private investment with Tencent? Why do you think the G family holding company that holds the G family shares in Ubisoft, they gave up so much control to Tencent, and you start seeing all these problems? Follow the money. This is why finance and economics, I will always stress, learn a lot of this, and you start to see how all these pieces in this chart go together. And how China was able to pull these Fox-style actions to this extent for so long.
I'll just mention one thing first. You're very Foxist, and I hate you now.
Well, this is a political term called the fox and the lion.
It's a joke. I know.
I know. I get it, but I'm just pointing it out. Just trying to maintain serious talk here.
So, from the structure we've established, right? If you follow the trail of money, you go, because we looked at Ubisoft, and then Ubisoft led us to Tencent. Then Tencent led us to the CCP, and from there, we kind of discovered that they're also lobbying in our government to defend things like Epic, NetEase, BlackRock. BlackRock also funds and basically gives them resources, so they're all underneath the same thing. So everywhere you look, the money goes back to one particular source.
All roads lead to the Silk Road.
All roads lead to the Silk Road. You're right. The Silk Road is what we're calling it. Chatfishies!
It all started from that.
It's the Silk Road. Oh my god. Cue some dramatic fucking Discovery music right now. Like, womp. As Mao Zedong's head crests the hill.
Attack on Titan, but it's Mao. He's poking his head over the wall.
Fucking, oh my god, it's terrible. It all goes
Valve
back
also,
there.
Valve was also partially employee.
Don't say Valve is dead. Don't tell it, Fuzzy.
No, that's the thing. They were attacking.
I know.
I'm joking. It's actually the co-owners and the employees, meaning Valve has among the least CCP influence out there, and they're also the biggest because of how they gave the PC market eclipsing the console market by a large extent, meaning China they will not be able to dominate the gaming market unless they somehow take down Valve, because Valve is pro the paying customer.
Valve is still privately owned, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. It's between Gabe Newell and the employees.
The two main quote unquote problems in the future that Valve is already fighting it actually. One is who is going to own the company after Gabe Newell, because like Gabe has a lot of good pro consumer takes, and he's like kind of like what holds the company from going full retard, right? And other than that, even like if clones himself in a younger clone, right? I think the actual main issue we are all going to fight is the actual lobbying, because never trust politicians, my dudes. No politician is a good person ever.
Yeah.
Except the founding fathers; those guys were very big.
They weren't politicians.
One thing I should add about Valve, and this directly ties into Ubisoft, Valve and Ubisoft. Ubisoft has been and other publishers, especially those influenced by the CCP, are trying to push Valve to limit the Steam statistics we can see, such as when we saw that Assassin's Creed Shadows Steam numbers wasn't exactly as good as people thought it was when they tried to say 2 million activations.
Yeah, 60,000, 30,000.
They looked at Steam data and compared it, and you combine it with a few others. How much did Steam grow over the past few years? How much has Assassin's Creed's user base grown over the years across games on Steam? Because Uplay, well, it's a de facto not a competitor anymore. More and more people, and you saw this with Ubisoft, are putting their games back onto Steam because they're losing money by not being on Steam, because people like the pro customer platform when they compare the two services.
They're still losing money because of Uplay.
And people, especially investors, look at those Valve numbers and they use it to make decisions, not just of investments, but also the success of a game. Hey, how do you think we knew that, say, Wilds was just a huge success? We looked at Monster Hunter's numbers and compared it to previous titles, and we saw it just grow, a growing player base fans of Monster Hunter. What did we see with Assassin's Creed? Stagnation or slight decline?
You know what's funny? Even after putting their games on Steam, they still lose a lot of money, because they go like, no, you buy the game on Steam, but you need to download our game store. And I know a lot of people that they don't buy the game because like, I don't want to download a second game store just to play the game that I bought on Steam, so I might as well not buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff is horrendous. You have it on Steam, but now you need to launch it through EA Play or Uplay.
Yeah, it's because a lot of companies don't want to accept the fact that Valve is actually more receptive to the paying customer, and hence our influence, than the corporate and Tencent influence. Because Valve's money comes from us. They don't get it through the CCP, they get it through us. When we spend games on Valve, we are the ones that have the say, not anybody else. And since when you look at, say, the gaming market, especially the PC gaming market, now being the dominant player in gaming, especially if you factor out the Switch, Xbox and PlayStation have nothing on Steam these days. Most of the money is on Steam is in the PC market. Even Epic can't really compete. Because when Epic released any kind of data, when Epic Game Store released their data, people realized, wait a minute, people barely spend any money on this. Why are you championing this?
I tried to give Epic a chance, even though it was CCP owned.
Now, Fuzzy, question.
It's just bad.
Chinese ESG fund, right? So,
yes,
the ESG is being funded more by China in the last 4 years now, apparently, or 5 years since 2020. Do you know anything about that?
ESG is a bigger problem. There's a lot of woke influence. ESG stands for environmental social governance.
Yes,
it's a idea. It's a investment philosophy that forces a certain political philosophy, as BlackRock said, on companies they invest in, where we are the dominant shareholders. You listen to us. They put it in boards of directors, and when they ask shareholder questions and when you vote on decisions, because the way public investment works, the shareholders can force the companies to do what they want. ESG funds, where a lot of the funds, which when you put in money in a fund, the fund makes a decision based on your behalf. BlackRock is using this to make these woke decisions, and China, now, even if they don't directly invest in the fund, they do business partnerships with the ESG funds to make these politically aligned investments that just happen to be along the CCP's goal of weakening companies, because ESG funds, the problem with it is actually very, very, very simple. You're not trying to sell a product or service people want, you're trying to align it with a certain political philosophy. And this happened because during the COVID boom, and you look at through investments in gaming, there was a bubble that was a lot of money pumped into this. A lot of ESG, cheap money, because ESG loans were cheap during the time. Your interest rates lowered if you check off the boxes. This weakened a lot of companies. Now, why does China invest in this? They want that weakening.
Wait, so China, Russia.
BlackRock made ESG.
The term is a cathedral. We have a group of people under a certain set of beliefs, even if they don't directly coordinate with each other. Their ideological and the way their brains work are so intertwined that when one person invents ESG, everybody else just follows in line. Think of it like a religious belief that everybody happens to follow.
Somebody had like some sort of meeting or discussion, and then money started flooding in.
The origin is a World Economic Forum, where you literally have video of politicians and BlackRock and these leaders under one roof, listening to these persons, listen to these Klaus Schwab giving these lectures.
The World Economic Forum, that China has a lot of influence in that. What the hell?
Yeah. All these leaders, both private, public, and politicians, come in to listen to this economist give his economic religious teachings, and these people, and this is where you get all this woke ESG stuff. The World Economic Forum publicly lists members of it where that happen to follow. Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, a lot of these people meet in here, and this is where you get a lot of these ideas from. The CCP has a lot of influence in this because, well, Klaus Schwab, being a useful idiot, is taking advantage of, and the CCP knows how to use this to its own goal. This is why you see a lot of this.
Yep, that's why we call them puppets. Puppets.
Yeah, I just remember because I was trying to think of where this originates. If you're wondering why a lot of this, to answer your question of where this originates, World Economic Forum, WEF.
Again, you will and be happy, people.
If you want to put it in the chart, just another puppet, possibly the puppet.
The big cheese of the puppets.
Because this is how they organize. This is how these companies and these finance and other companies organize. They gather this in one roof along with politicians, and they organize a lot of this nonsense in their interests instead of through free markets, where they're beholden to our interests, such as the difference between, say, BlackRock. They're beholden to the World Economic Forum because the leaders choose to. Valve chooses not to. They listen to us because they get their money through us.
Yep, because consumers.
A lot of the ESG money came from lobbying from the government, like China and Russia, both of them, doing lobbying with politicians and stuff like that. So, and like, this is why I talk about the whole having a face to hate. And like I saw someone.
It's easier to hate BlackRock, Tencent, NetEase, Epic, WF. You can give them a lot of agency because they have characters. There are people that you can go after. But the big problem is that these people are all responsible, because while they may be useful idiots, they're just as bad as the CCP because they are, in effect, enabling their influence to extend over these companies. So it's not to... The big thing is that what Space Monkey says, Kibbs, you can't ask us to have sympathy for the useful idiots. Wait, when did I say have sympathy for these guys?
You're not.
Okay.
We did it.
So, moving on. So the big thing is that these little fucking retards, BlackRock, Tencent, NetEase, Epic, WEF, all these cringe fuckers, they are all extenuating the influence of that one ideology. You using, from what we can determine, weaponized wokeism, and hostile takeovers as their two main sources to bludgeon with, right? Because that's what helps extenuate their control further.
Yeah, because why this matters? It's all about weakening the West. That's how the CCP, if you focus on gaming, a lot of this world economic forum philosophy weakened Western gaming to the extent that Tencent and NetEase are able to pull all of this stuff.
Gaming is just the latest thing, because the CCP has been, well, they at this point don't need to necessarily start from the ground up always, because they can just go bribe the politicians as well.
Yeah, because
that allows the politicians push the policies that enable companies like the useful idiots like BlackRock, Epic to promote the stuff that then weakens the West, that then the CCP can come in, get more control, rinse and repeat until they're the ones that have everything.
Now, who are one thing I think is worth mentioning? Who are our potential allies other than the paying customers in this? Well, you go back to the private investors where there's actually more money in this. The World Economic Forum and all these are just the most organized and heavily concentrated. A organized and concentrated minority can always exert a lot of influence, an elite class at this point, can exert an impressive amount of influence over the majority. The majority, in gaming's case, is us gamers who don't want this stuff, we just want to be entertained. For our allies, well, all the investors who are most of the money that's not invested in this. We need to get that message to them. We also need to look for allies, such as there are still European allies in finance that is aligned with us, although there's a lot less in there than there is here. But a lot of people may hate me for this. And I say this with great hesitation. The Savvy Gamer Group is a potential ally if we are wary of them. Even the UAE could be a potential ally.
Dangerous ally.
Yes, hence I say with great worry. We don't exactly know what their intentions are yet, hence I watch them.
The Saudis want to, a lot of what the World Cup pushes, they don't like.
Yeah, because they...
Yeah, but a lot of...
Because the Saudis are the biggest one, because the Saudis are trying to be a big entertainment sector.
But they would push back against
potential strategic partner, and I think it's a specific wording I would use.
Yep. I mean, the reality is the Saudis, to be honest, it's one of those enemy of my enemy is my friend situation, because the reality is the Saudis aren't particularly keen on the West, nor are they keen on Japan, nor are they keen on Korea or anime. They kind of hate anime. They loathe it because it's, women not being
they're gay.
Haram. Yeah. It's one of the problems because they're religious, certain elements, but they're a lot more tolerant than the communists by comparison. In certain areas.
Yes,
I'm thinking about the stoning they do, and
it's also a monarchy. Even if the current monarch is maybe more aligned with us now, you got to think long term with this. You got to think 20 years from now. Will this maintain 20 years from now?
Okay,
that's
to be honest.
Debate.
Flake has a point because the Saudis are typically individuals.
Yes, they are. They're a bit better
the individuals
because there's one prince who's a super big weeb, and I remember there's lots of memes of him and stuff. And so while he can do those things, the regular people can't. I know that they get special exemptions, and that's only going to last for so long.
Yeah. Right now, we need to rally Western finance and the West to push back on this. That needs to be our main source of strength. Rallying those that want to push back against this and take control again, away from the CCP and World Economic Forum useful idiots.
I'm just going to mention one thing that I disagree with what you said. You said, 20 years from now. Okay, the thing is, 20 years from now is a lot of time. Also, I would take a weeb prince that will help me for the 5 or 8 years.
Well, the thing is, of the Arab world, the Saudis are a lot more quote-unquote progressive, and I hate using that word, but in terms of liking what we like, if that makes sense. They're more aligned in that way, if you were to take Iran, where absolutely not. Absolutely
because what I was going to mention, if the Saudis were a democratic country, right? Where each 4 years they get a new leader, that would be worse, even worse, because then this weeb prince in 4 years might be the guy that enters might be a full-on communist or like a Saudi communist, you know, like or something like that. At least the Wii Prince will, quote unquote, very heavy quotations, help for like some time.
And by the way, we are rolling Eastern Europe with Western Europe under West, including North America and South America as an industry, forming what I'm going to call the Super West. Mostly due to the fact that it's way easier to roll them all into one because they're much more aligned. And I'm specifically rolling them under this bracket here. And this is specifically for the bracket referring to companies aligned with gaming being good. They're not including things like, hold on, not including things like Ubisoft. Ubisoft is actually, because they're under the subsidiary of Tencent, they're a little puppet. Now there are still other factors, like there's things like, you know, EA or there's whatever, but I don't align those with this because they're not the same. South America is big. They do make platformers and stuff. They do make a lot of games, but they don't make a lot of good quality games. But I'm gonna roll them together with the West and going to call it the Super West because it's just easier, and that's how we're gonna view that. Because we're gonna throw EA out of the conversation because they don't matter. I mean they do, but they don't. They're just stupid, and as far as I know, they don't take Chinese money, so they have the only thing to hate about them is just hating them. Which is nice and simple. Chatfish like things to be clear cut. Thank you for the donation, Spunky Monkey. But yeah. There we go.
Yeah, the problem with EA is their biggest shareholders is still the big three. So.
Yep. Well, EA is part of the problem. I mean, technically, EA should be underneath the CCP now that I think about it, but I don't know to what extent. Because one of the little subsidiary puppets, the little shareholders that push the ideologies, that use the weapons, do use EA. And so technically it should fit under here, but Jesus Christ. Like, this is already getting big, chat bros. It's already
yeah, look at all this.
And we're only scratching the surface. Oh my god.
We actually covered a great deal of it, so I wouldn't exactly say scratching the surface.
Oh, Spunky Monkey, what did you want to say? Just say it, I'll read it. Because you got cucked out of what you were trying to say. I assume it was because of his phone. Go ahead and just type it and I'll make sure we read it. Take your time. My god, Chatfish. I can't believe it. I can't believe
it. Can you understand?
I can't believe you've done this.
Whatever is written there.
Huh? What?
Can you even understand the schizo board you did?
Yeah. This says architecture, which is referring to the Japanese architecture. Like, I know what each section of this refers to. It's not terribly hard. It's not that schizo. It's actually pretty organized. You'd have to be dumb to not understand it. I even got little pictures to help tell you what it is. Like, there's a little money bag right there. There's a little money bag. A little heart right over there to symbolize that they are... State Street and Tencent are closely aligned because of their business dealings. But yes, we've now learned that the CCP has made use of corporations pretty effectively, and honestly, it's not entirely surprising. Their influence should be kind of to be expected because this is like the one area the CCP excels at, and that's been not necessarily able to win with the culture war, but winning by cheating, and they do it so well. So hats off to them for that.
They're communists.
The best way to win is to cheat and also just simply buy your opponents. Like, they make better games than you. Looks at Ubisoft. But why struggle when you can just buy the opposition and then fire them and take over? And then all of a sudden, all the heavy lifting has been done. Easy win.
And in terms of competing with CCP-made games, it's actually not that hard. Their games are mostly very safe, not innovative. If anything,
They are unironically sloppy.
They become sloppy, yes.
You know,
Yeah,
one
slop.
thing that I really want to see, and no one is going to change my mind on that. How quote unquote are their good games going to be, especially the live services, in 1 or 2 years after, because they fired everyone from the West, right? For Marvel Rivals, for example. The mom, I was playing that game. It was running like shit in the beginning. Then someone fixed it. I think it was the West people, because as soon as they got, there came the big update. And in that big update was around the time they got fired. I couldn't run the game anymore again. It was actually even worse than before. The game was running like shit, so I stopped playing. Right. I really want to see how quote unquote well these games are going to be doing in a few years.
They're hoping that the West is too weak that they won't be able to recover and compete anymore. Is my theory.
That's funny.
Which is funny because
it's going to be recovering in about
companies.
Right now, we're going to be entering what we're going to call the recovery period. So already, right now, as the pendulum is shifted, there's a lot of younger developers entering the industry with very different views than the established developers. Much more old school leaning, like a decade before they went absolutely nuts, right? And so what you're going to start seeing is the pendulum swings shift back, especially if those people ascend the hierarchy.
The hierarchy.
And once they start seizing control themselves. Let's see, little Spunky Monkey donates $3.33. You could have just typed it. You didn't have to donate again, but I appreciate it. He says, what I was trying to say... Hold on, let me read him. What I was trying to say was that Shipped Up and other Korean companies, Azure Lane, you misspelt that, by the way, are non-woke. They've actually fought against feminist and Chinese influence with games like God, Victory, Nikki. Thank you for the donation. You're absolutely right. I even wrote them down, actually, because of your suggestion, because I was looking it up. Right over here, see? I put it over
God,
there.
Victory. Nike.
He's like, wow, keep you voted down. Yeah, no, not just because the game's a gacha game or fucking whatever doesn't mean it's like a ladle, it's connected to the CCP. The only thing that means it's CCP is if it has business dealings or an exchange with them, right? Once you start taking money from a certain individual, then yeah. The big thing is that, so I think you might have missed the beginning of the stream, but NetEase, when we were actually looking this up, NetEase and Tencent weren't always actually bad. That only is something that's happened when they gain success. And go ahead and tell them what happened, actually, because you actually read it while I was working.
This is specifically on NetEase, and from glancing, it seemed to be similar with Tencent. So NetEase basically was starting to do well, and then the Chinese government started hitting them with regulations and restrictions, and just basically made them go into financial slump a bit. And then the government just kind of came in and took over. It started regulating them more and more, and just more or less took it over.
Took control.
Inside.
That's what happened to everything in China. I had a guy that lived in China.
Yep, because they won't take control of it if it's not financially viable. What they do is the CCP waits and sees, right? They're not going to try to take over every business because that would take too much resources. They'd actually lose out a lot. They wait and they see until somebody starts doing something right, and then they intervene, like they did with NetEase.
You know how they do it?
Go ahead.
You know what the people do? He said that you open a business, you make a little bit of money, and then you file bankruptcy or you close the business. Then you open a new one on a family member or like, and then you rotate who owned. He would like, we rotated who owned the business, so we could like keep like gaining money. And whenever it got too big, we closed. Like it was the same place even, but it just changed the business logo and the like the name of the company. Because that way, it was one of the ways you could avoid being taken over by the CCP. And he said, you don't really need to be that big to have the CCP go and shake you down. It's basically mafia style stuff down there.
Yes, it's communist. They have to control everything. Like literally, the communist regime. Every business has to have like the little commissar in it.
Every corporation answers to the overarching thing. Now, the overarching entity that is the CCP is incredibly corrupt and incredibly incompetent at many things. The issue is that when it works and when it is effective, we pay the price. Also, Spunky Monkey, Okay, he said I'm stuck in traffic. I can type. Okay, I'm just making sure, but hold on.
Drive safe.
I'd much rather you pay attention to the roads and take care of yourself, because you are far more important than the silly little discussion we're having. Okay, like, just remember that. You are number one. Look after yourself, little buddy. Okay, number one, Spunky Monkey. Welcome, Stream James. What did you miss? Well, we were talking about...
Just zoom out and show the entire thing.
Okay, so, James, I really want you to take a quick glance here. You said, what the fuck? What the...
We need that meme, but with Aerith.
Yeah, with Aerith. Well, we can always fund an art piece. Indio can draw it. Or Beano. Beano's just like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm drawing right now Tura.
Me Beano. Me
Yeah,
Beano.
he posted a sketch of it.
Now, one thing to give us a hope that just came to my mind, because I just got back, and this is from talking to my financial advisor, funny enough, U.S. companies are surprisingly effective at trying to find ways to be profitable, especially U.S. talent, even in these hard times. It's just going to take us some time to re-strategize and adjust, because we've been through rough economic times before, and you'll see the private sector adjust based on the pain inflicted by all this CCP problems. A lot of them are learning, and they're paying very close attention.
On the bright side,
all companies over 50 workers must have a CCP in leadership.
Yep.
Like, you have to have a party member in the company.
A party member, yep, to make sure that you are not doing anything that could go against the party. But the big thing here is that what we have determined is, despite all NetEase and Tencent and CCP's influences, they have managed to procure a lot of dying IPs from Ubisoft, and they did make Ubisoft kill themselves. I mean, they're one of the reasons why they started getting worse and worse over time. But the one benefit to all of this is that in order for them to turn it around, they're going to have to resurrect these IPs. They're going to have to bring them back from the brink. And while that might be easy to do initially, that's going to be a massive investment. That's also going to give time for Western devs to recover from this as well, because there's no infrastructure to support what they want to do. So the West right now needs to focus on recovery and basically, well, the issue is recovery is difficult, right? When you have things like BlackRock and other things still poisoning the well. So because the CCP is using those things like BlackRock and all these other investors to constantly poison the well, it's going to be hard for new companies to rise up from the cracks, because, you know, every time they do, they're going to get nipped, you know, or they're going to get bought up and scooped up and then consumed. We've seen that with some indies that produce successful games, where they immediately get scooped up. Like, look at fucking Grinding Gear Games, right? Fucking super successful game. Super successful. Path of Exile. Path of Exile 2, very good. New Zealanders know how to make their vidjas. But what did China do? They scooped them up right away, before they could get a chance to breathe. The big problem with the CCP is that a lot of indies aren't getting the opportunity to grow because they're getting scooped up. That's danger.
That happens because people keep putting their companies on the stock market. Like, that's like, okay, I understand that is a problem, but like, if you put your company on the stock market, I don't really feel sorry for you when you got bought up and turned into slot, because like, you knew that was a very possible scenario. You get what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, we understand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, part of the problem with trying to put your money into non-woke institutions is simply because of actually laws in place. Private equity and private investments, for example, most of the time you're not even allowed in unless you're called a accredited investor. That just means you need a certain checklist. What's an accredited investor? You make 300 grand per year, and you need to have made that for a lot of time, 2 years, and you need to invest a minimum of 50 grand. How many of us can afford to just do that?
It's like go rob a bank.
Yeah, seriously. Now, I'm not going to name mine, the one I invested. Some are starting to realize this, is that, hey, people are demanding more flexibility in their investments, or are trying to make this easier accessible. Look for mutual funds that have part of their portfolios in a private equity investment, because that's actually one way to circumvent these things for us everyday folk. A mutual fund is actually allowed to make private equity investments. What we can do is, even if it's a little bit of money, like you say, if you only do $50 a month, find a financial institution, put some money in, look where they're investing, because a lot of these mutual funds have public sheets of, this is where they're putting their money in our strategies. and you can find and you can put your money towards where these adjustments are being happening, towards these non-woke investments that are just going to look for these new companies, these new Western companies that are going to make games free from these Chinese influences. That's one thing you can do. I myself have actually done that myself.
Mm-hmm. The big thing is you're going to notice a couple things. Now, some indies may stay independent, right? Some indies will go under AA's. Many indies do often go under AA's because they realize that the financial strain, they can't handle it, right? Like we ourselves are, struggling to get by, but we are surviving. But I understand the allure of a AA. My only concern with the AA is like, okay, how do you trust them, right? The second thing and the third thing to remember is that once you open up to investors, there's always a risk, because while these AA's become AAA's, the big danger is whether or not, the CCP or one of their subsidiaries, BlackRock, Tencent, NetEase, or somebody, Epic, is going to swoop in and start buying interests in that AA or AAA like they did with Ubisoft. And there still is no protective shield against that. There's nothing that can stop that. So that's one of the risks. And that's also, you already see that happening with certain AA's and companies that are successful. They're immediately getting scooped up as soon as they get too successful. Like, I don't know about Hooded Horse or Microprose, those two new AA's, or Coffee Stain. Like, are they scooped up yet? Or are they
as for Coffee Stain, I can answer some of those questions. Coffee Stain Publishing is actually part of the Embracer Group, which is partially owned by majority Swedish investors and the Saudis, which that is soon to be broken up due to Embracer Group's incompetence. So Coffee Stain is safe. We'll have to see what happens with the breakup into three. So that's a wait and see and observe. As for Hooded Horse, who owns?
Yes, the other thing is you need to say that that's not financial advice. Because you're not a financial advisor.
It's not financial advice. Yeah, It's not financial advice.
Yep. But it's important whenever talking about financial things, you need to say that you're not, you're not. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't forget that. You're going to get me in trouble, and then you're going to be paying the bills for the BDS.
Which, speaking of finances, Holly donates $50.
No, we're not financial advisors. We're just a bunch of passionate gamer nerds that want to look at video game stuff. We're just rambling. It's a podcast about talking about our opinions, which our opinions are our opinions, and you can agree or disagree with them, and I don't really care. So, moving on.
I think Hooded Horse is
private. Polly donates.
$50.
$50.
And AA. You gonna read it?
Yeah, indie and AA devs are also gaining popularity, so even if big companies remain corrupted, the Western industry will recover via smaller entities. Hashtag Earth Conspiracy Art. Hashtag Skirt. Thank you for the donation. Very generous.
Now, I think Indio should get that.
Wow.
I'm sorry,
blocking Bino. Bino just staring, like, he just grabs his little knife and stabs Chumba.
But we are currently working on a free Beano, so
that's
and
true.
The quarantine art.
Now maybe we fund that and we just don't tell Indio about it for a while. Just saying, just an idea. Because I think Indio needs to finish. Let's let him finish some art before we add another piece onto his pile.
Yep, fair enough. But I need to know who it's going to for, tracking reasons.
We are doing the Bunchcast today. What are you going to do tomorrow, by the way? Just by curiosity.
The Bunchcast tomorrow? We'll actually be talking about something a little less aggravating than this conversation. This conversation is aggravating because you get to see, like, things that you wish that didn't happen. Like, I wish that they didn't have influence in all these companies, but they do. There's nothing we can do about that.
India says yes, keep a secret from him.
Yeah, okay, good. Don't tell India we're adding more art onto his pile.
Don't worry.
You get nothing.
He's like, India told you no more. India told...
When he finally gets to know, I will convince Chatfishes to put Genos in there. Whatever the name of that alien is.
Yeah.
What?
If I were to give my overall impression of this whole thing, I'm overall optimistic. It's gonna be a brutal fight nonetheless, but I am optimistic. There is powerful forces fighting against all of this, and it's gonna take some time.
And we are seeing the pendulum swing the other way.
It took 20 years for them to get here, and they still struggled, and they're still struggling, and they have the financial backing of like several institutions. We are just a bunch of gamers and like not buying shit, and you are already making their plan fail. So basically, like, we just need to like we're talking before, just keep buying the games you like and keep shit talking the games you don't like. It's going to work in the long run.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a long crawl for them to get over here, and they're already losing a lot of ground. Such as to string back to Ubisoft, the problem with why this new venture is not going to work, high probability of that, is the problematic leadership structure is still there. The problem is the Guillemons and their cronies. They are not going away.
This is not going to work because the CCP is good at corrupting things, but they are used to being able to tell their population what they can or can't buy, or like you need to buy this, or otherwise your social credit goes down. Like, they are not used to people being able to turn to the government and say, no, I'm not going to buy that product. They're probably going to be very surprised the moment they are not buying our new slot. No. Oh, no.
There we go. Just updating something. Boop. Perfection. Look, chat bros, it's not a bucket conspiracy when all these little lines are true. When all these little lines are true.
Look how we went from Ubisoft to CCP to one hyper-specific example of Ubisoft, and look at how all of this connects.
Well, the whole point is, when I was looking at the Ubisoft thing, I was like, the Ubisoft thing is, like, okay, you want to talk about this is the actual, like, Ubisoft area, right? Right here. That's it. Like, the reality is, it's a tiny piece of a bigger puzzle. But it's not the only thing that this is happening to. This is one of hundreds of companies. Not only hundreds of other companies, but this is just the games industry.
Yeah.
They're doing this everywhere. This is not just here. There's a reason, because we looked up and we found out that the United States government officially was like warning companies in the West, like, hey, or what did they say? Something along the lines like, we think Tencent is actually a what did they say?
The Chinese military.
An arm of the Chinese military. And it does. And it does. It's actually tied to the Chinese military. And it's like, oh my god. Now, what's funny is, it's funny that the United States government, like, acknowledges that, but then doesn't do anything about it. It's like, it's a problem, and then there's like
list that apparently does nothing.
Yeah, so yeah, that's like great.
Now, I should add to all this in terms of, while the United States here will look into all this, in terms of the West, not all of these powers at B have exactly woken up. Looking at you, Western Europe.
Yeah, no, most companies haven't woken up to this revelation, even though this has been ongoing for years. See, the thing is, this isn't like a big discovery today. Like, I already knew that most of the stuff was happening. I just wanted to visualize it out, because when you start to think about it and process it, you're like, wow, it's actually, the rabbit hole is much deeper than it actually goes.
Yeah. Also, Jano donates 25 PLN. Against all the evil G-coms, I'm saying that different than what it's meant to be, can conjure it, we will send only Kib with voice changer.
Wow.
To be honest,
which is finished, you know.
To be honest, yeah, no, they have so little women down there that I would feel worried about kids. Like, I remember one Chinese woman giving an interview once. She was like, "Yeah, I won a beauty contest once, and then I couldn't walk outside anymore because, like, whenever I got outside, like, more than 20 to 40 men like would just circle me. They circle around me. You know, when a beach is in heat and there's a bazillion dogs around her? It's basically that. And she got so scared, yeah, I didn't walk outside anymore. I was like, wow, goddamn.
Yes, the word Chi-Com is not a slur, no. It's an abbreviation, and a abbreviation refer to, basically, it doesn't refer to Chinese people. It refers to basically like commissarial types, like basically a person for the CCP government that is pushing or doing some sort of politically motivated thing. Chi-Com. Remember the big thing, the first victim in this whole fucking ordeal was Tencent and NetEase. They were the first victims.
And Mio as well.
Mio, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they got popular.
What happened to Ubisoft over here happened to these little guys over here. These little guys had a tough time too, and they're dead now. And they're just being puppeted skin puppets.
Wanting to, just out of the kindness of the heart, spend most of their, finances to fund building a nuclear power plant. Yep, that was entirely them wanting to do that.
That's why you could see even that picture when they did that. Oh, there's a picture of like some Chinese devs, and you could see the look of like despair on their faces.
What's funny?
I wish I knew where that was.
Tencent tried to escape from China, like back in the beginning, like when the government was starting to encroach on them. There were talks about Tencent leaving China and going to like South Korea or like Taiwan or something like that, but they weren't fast enough.
So chat bros, I think we've established that the only way to save the gaming industry is for Plake to buy more copies of Half-Life 2. Okay? By buying more copies of Half-Life 2, chat, we will effectively empower the West and save humanity. Chat,
I'm doing my part.
And buys 10.
Like, only you can
Secure
save.
your Half-Life 2 collection today. Buy the orange box, chat. Okay, yeah, so here we go.
Buy the orange box. Not financial advice, chat.
Not financial advice. There you go, chat. You buy the orange box, you save gaming. She's like, what? That's a joke, by the way. And no,
I get back in here.
just to reiterate for PSA, this is not financial advice in any form. Okay? If you want to invest in the games industry, consult a person that specializes in that shit. I don't know shit about shit. There, see? If I say it that way, I'm safe. I'm safe. Start crying. Funky Monkey donates $2 and says, DMU Docky update. I'm gonna update you. He's like, no. And I update him. Goddamn.
Oh boy, how much? Anything else we need to cover in this whole spaghetti of a chart?
Is that Jesus? That's some thirsty Docky art, my dude. That looks very good.
I think chat deserves to have a copy.
All hail our Lord and Savior, Steve. It's okay, Blake. I forgive you, but you're still my slave. He dinks. He puts on his little collar.
Discussion's always fun. It's just not just constantly talking in circles and not listening to what people are saying.
Yes, because when we talk past you, okay, you know what? It's better just move on. So,
Let's just
look
move
at
on.
this. Look at this. I made a pretty. This is art. This is art, chat. This is art. We need to do this
I
for
feel like
everybody.
you should save this.
I don't want to save
Yeah.
this.
Save it.
No,
Save
we
it.
need to
This
save
needs
it.
to be archived,
Save it.
kids. It's art.
Hand it to me.
Send
Yeah,
it to
save
me. Oh my
We
goodness.
need
The Discord
This
server
is part
deserves
of
to have a
fucking
copy.
history, Kibbs.
Bucket history.
Yeah.
What's funny is like you guys talk too fast, so I only got a little bit of it. Like when Fuzzy was spurging about like statistics and stuff, I was like, okay, he's talking too fast.
Oh
But-
yeah.
It's
So-
just passion.
The reality is
numbers.
we got most of it. We missed. Okay, no, I feel like we got half of it, but we. But the idea of this was to help make it easier for you to understand with a simple visualizer.
I like how
A simple visualizer. What?
Kibbs, you started off so naive with that you can
Yes.
see where the initial box was because it's all tiny now with the
Yeah.
Ubisoft stuff.
I was writing
Started off
tiny
like,
too,
This is how much space we need.
because the page was like this, by the way, when we started. Here, you want a comparison of how big it is? Okay, like take the Sturmrat and then we'll put because this is the canvas I'm using.
Okay, hold on.
This is the canvas size. That's the canvas size.
Where is that?
Yeah,
image?
did you see the
Here, Kibbs? I have an image you can import onto that. That'll be just perfect.
Spunky Monkey, I will wait till the art progresses further, so I do not make the artist
There.
uncomfortable with showing a sketch
it's in
before
the
it's
chat.
ready.
It's in the chat room, Gibbs.
What? We'll cover.
Perfect image. Put up there.
Oh my god, the AI generated Chatfish. So we were bored in the dev server, right? After we had been working on something, and I had run an image through the fucking AI thing because I was curious to see what it would look like because everyone was talking about it, and it turned out like ass as it always does. But then fucking Chumba ran a Chatfish through it, and it turned out even worse.
I had to fiddle with it a bit to get it to be that, because it was just nothing.
Oh my god. You know what's funny?
All right, chat. Here you go. Look at that. That's what AI thinks a Chatfish is. I'm sorry, chat. It's fucking awful. It's fucking...
It's a Chatfish is Ghibli.
Oh my god, I hate it. The fact that the tail fin's on the side makes it worse.
It's not even like, yeah, it doesn't have...
Looks more like a lemon. Looks kind of like Pikachu.
Which artist Chatfish did you guys use? The emote one?
Oh, I used... This started with the suspicious fish. The emote, yeah.
It's awful. Holy shit, it's
you didn't grab the art I posted in the chat room.
I didn't grab it yet, that's true. There you go. That meme, yes. When I tell chat about spheres. See, when I've subscribed to the idea of the world being viewed in terms of spheres, when reading about like Victorians, like views of the political and geopolitical spheres, I realized that you can take the concept of spheres and apply it to more things, and it actually fits rather well. In fact, like it fits like a glove. Spheres of influence, right, is the general concept. But when you talk about spheres of culture or religion, you're like, well, they're also spheres as well. Like, everything's kind of a sphere when you think about it in terms of human society and structure. We're all operating on a sphere of some sort. Even an individual has their own personal sphere. And what enters and leaves that sphere and enters closer or drifts further away, it determines the closeness and importance of that item or person to that person whose sphere it belongs to. And so when you orient yourself in terms of viewing the world in spheres, everything becomes clearer. Everything becomes clearer. You're welcome, Chatfish. No, wow, thanks. Spheres make sense, chat. You can laugh it up all you want, but it's honestly the best way to structure our society and world. Everything's just a sphere when you think about it.
Not just because he's spherical in nature.
Damn. Oreos are like spheres. They're round.
Oreos are horrible cookies.
No, not the great with chalky milk.
No, I'm going to post the better option.
I don't want to hear about your cheap Brazilian cockroach fucking snack. Okay? You Brazilian rat. You Brazilian rat. Him and his stupid Brazil. I like my Oreos.
The best. Oh my god, this tastes so much better than
Oh my
Oreos.
god, look at that. It's
Oreos
just knockoff. He likes it because it's called it's a slur. It's a slur. It's made by Nestle of all things too. It's made by Nestle.
It's much better than Oreos. You have no idea.
Oh my god, I can't say that word on YouTube. I can't say that word.
Don't say it.
Better
not say it.
Chatfish eyes pop out of his eyes.
You won't know how to pronounce it. I know, but I also won't say it.
Chat bitches. What the fuck? Chatfish are enjoying that.
Where is Plague? Plague, isn't that way better than Oreo?
I'd buy that for a dough.
Expecting Plague to take your side.
Plague has not
when
been
have your
on...
fellow Brazilians ever taken your side?
When has Plague ever helped you? Yeah, exactly. When has Plague ever helped you?
He has to say the truth at some point, you know?
When has he ever? When has Plague ever? He's actively made fun of you.
He's a liar.
He's a liar. He's a liar. If that's racist, explain why the N on Nutella is whack. It's because it's a black font. And Nutella doesn't mean it's Nutella. It was a alternative to make chocolate during World War II, if I remember right. I think.
Yes. N-wordesco is one of the only good cookies. Yes. I told you.
N-wordesco is one of the only good cookies. I don't believe you.
It's amazing.
Chatfish, ship these cookies to me now, Bino, so I can.
I can't ship it because the IRS is just going to steal it.
The IRS is just going to steal it.
I called an IRS, but like our custom borders, but they don't let you.
No
ship
things.
Food to you.
Damn.
And they don't let you guys ship food to us.
No food.
So they just steal and eat it. They go like, yeah, you can't, and then they eat it.
And then he just crunches the cookie. Fatties. So they are the same as Oreos, or are they better? He claims they're better than Oreos.
They're better. My God, Oreos are literally garbage. Holy shit! I don't know how guys can eat that.
Well, like
so
Oreos,
bad.
the birthday cake ones are my favorite. You're right. You might be right. Amazon usually does allow you to take food from other places that you normally otherwise couldn't. Easily, if that makes sense. I could try. Now listen, Chatfish. We've talked a lot about video gaming, right? But honestly, this Bunchcast is turning into a proper Bunchcast. We've rambled and we ranted. However, there's some new game news that I've completely slipped my mind about something launched. Oh, yes! StarCraft is getting a tabletop war game. Yeah, I know. What? Fucking random. Can't believe that. Or mid as fuck. Alright, Germany, Russia, you can have Poland. Poland served its uses. Bye, Bafios. He's like, no, as he's partitioned. It doesn't even have ginger soda. Yeah, we do have ginger soda. You stupid Chatfish. People should drink Guarana soda instead.
It's very good.
Partition Poland. Partition Poland. How many countries can we partition Poland with? A little bit goes to Russia, a little bit goes to Germany, and a little bit goes to China. And
a little bit
goes to France, just to really fuck it over.
Border gore.
I'm going to take a little bit of Poland.
A little bit of
goes to Albine specifically.
Yeah, because I'm going to make them all like the day you get your Polish citizenship, you need to burn a book of the witch. Because I don't like that series. I think they're
another shitty tabletop cash grab. Damn. See, I'm actually okay. So listen, I know you guys are all critical.
Tabletop simulator.
I mean, you're probably right. The StarCraft tabletop war game might be shit. However, more tabletop war games in the market isn't necessarily bad, in my opinion, because more competition drives innovation. Hopefully, they're actually trying to do something fresh. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, Chatfish. What could it possibly be? They're looking at me with their big sussy baka fucking eyes. So they're already StarCraft Marines in tabletop. GW made the Leagues of Voltan or whatever. StarCraft's dead as fuck as an IP. They did. Well, that's the problem when you write the story as ending and then you don't do anything with it.
To be honest, StarCraft died to me at least the moment.
Who the fuck knows StarCraft? Only boomers. Okay, it's not that dead. It's like of the RTS multiplayer like scene or whatever, online scene, it's big. I think Age of Empires is the biggest, and I think something else was eclipsing AoE now. Oh fuck, what was it?
Mythology?
No, that's part of the Age of series. Something big was blowing up, and oh, Warcraft 3 was coming back for some reason. That was weird. Yeah, so apparently some like Twitch streamers, some big ones, did some streams on Warcraft 3 and basically managed to revitalize the multiplayer community. Like, it's getting a massive resurgence because people who've never played it before are like, wow, this is better than Dota. And it's like, oh my fucking god. The world's a circle, chat. The world's a circle. The world's...
You know, it's funny. StarCraft 2 died in the story when they killed Tycho.
They also made StarCraft bunkers for Space Marines. They did. They did. See, you know what happened here, chat? StarCraft looked at GW making literally StarCraft Marines and literally copying Warcraft for Warhammer Age of Sigmar. And so what they decided to do is like, I guess we'll do that. And now they're coming after them, and GW's like, no, not again. Not again. What if, okay, this would be so funny. What if the StarCraft tabletop war game outdoes and outperforms? What if it kills 40k? That'd be so... It would be ironic. I don't want it to kill 40k though, but I would like it to outperform it just for the sake of funny. Like it outsells it. It's not going to happen, but it would be so funny because, you know, somebody at GW would be just like, God fucking damn it. Not again. Isn't the StarCraft esports just filled with Asians? Mostly for OG StarCraft. The Koreans are really into the OG StarCraft. I think that one is actually predominantly still more popular than the two over there. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really follow esports scenes because I don't really care, but I find it fascinating more so than anything else, community-wise. Genghis Kek, also known as the Little Chatfish, donates $2 and says, "You be so soft, bad. You be so soft." Why did you add an O there? Bad. SFYS. Free Beetle. Ubisoft is dead. I'm kidding. They're not dead. They're bad. They're still around, sadly. Unfortunately.
Thanks for the nation.
The only thing that Ubisoft has under its umbrella that I'm actually worried about is that fucking new Anno game. And I'm just sitting here like, come on. Somehow, anybody step in, swoop in, grab that.
Ubisoft returned.
Somehow, no, God, no, please. I don't want them to come back.
Didn't they go kind of woke with the last one? I heard. I'm not sure if that's
what. Oh, Anno.
Yeah.
Anno's always been fruity. They've always been fruity devs. So a long time ago, there was a game called Anno 2070. It's pretty old. And it's like, the planet's like gonna have global warming and it's got environmentalism in it. But it's actually a really fun game. Okay, it's one of those games where it's like, it's fun because if you play corporatist, you can like make pollution and stuff, and it changes the environment, makes it all gooey and stuff. I really enjoy that actually. Oh no, Bavios, might and magic.
Cookie on stream without context.
What happens to Prince of Persia? Well, Prince of Persia, you mean Prince of China? No, Prince of China.
Yeah,
Prince of Persia. Didn't the last Prince of Persia was a black guy that wasn't even the prince? It was just like some random black guy?
No, he was still Persian with a zoomer haircut that wasn't fit for the time. He was still
yeah, he was still Persian
for the time.
His haircut was awful.
He wasn't a prince though. He was like...
No, he was a bodyguard.
Yeah.
He was one of the immortals, the elite guard of the Persian Shah or king. Think of him as the personal retinue.
It was based on my OC. My OC done it still goes to the...
Splinter Shell. God damn it, chat. You fucking... Whenever they misspell, I just can't help but smile. Splinter Shell. Ghost Recon? Ghost Recon's dead, sorry. Okay, so... The big thing is that
Wildlands.
Only a couple of companies that the Chi-Coms actually care about are game IPs. Or which ones were the ones that were known that to be transferred to the other company? It's the ones that none of us care about right now.
It's the Far Cry.
Far Cry?
Sure, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed.
Tomb Raider?
No.
Rainbow Six?
I don't know.
Rainbow Six. Pretty sure, and
damn, poor Tom Clancy. He's getting raped again.
The Division.
Damn, Tom Clancy getting raped twice.
Tom Clancy is like...
Because that's apparently like the really big 4 ones.
Tom Clancy, as far as I know, is a pretty based writer.
Didn't he die already?
Yeah, he passed away, unfortunately, a few years back.
Yeah, like
several
I
years back.
Saying that they were like abusing his corpse. Like I heard.
They are. Ubisoft is. Now China's gonna do it. That's just awful. But
we need to harvest.
We don't.
Grave
so most of the IPs that the ones I'm worried about is Blue Byte. Blue Byte's been renamed under. It's called Ubisoft, which is cringe. It's like Ubisoft something Germanburg city or whatever. But it's Blue Byte.
I have a great idea.
Oh my god, Tomb Raider to being Chinese. Oh my god, she's gonna raid some Chinese tombs.
the Japanese government needs to buy Ubisoft and make the next Assassin's Creed in China, and make it like the
Take
good
revenge.
game. Yeah, no, but the game is good, but it's the most disrespectful stuff ever, right? And
That
it's like
would be funny.
That's
that
just
would be
so.
very funny.
The saddest thing about this entire thing is that Tom Clancy is now a Chinese IP, like, or at least these video games, and that's just. You know how Tolkien's spinning as a generator in Britain? Like, now we can plug Tom Clancy in to the US grid, and we will have power forever.
If James Bond gets bought by China,
then Britain's gonna explode because it's two thermonuclears. Yeah.
Like,
we're safe right now because Tom Clancy's separated by the Atlantic Ocean, but if the two were to touch, Tolkien and Clancy, like, it would just explode. Like, it'd be a second Big Bang.
I've headed to Gem, so I'll see y'all later.
See you, Fuzzy. Thanks for helping out, Fuzz Bud.
Yeah.
Timor was shut down because there was no terrorism in China. Then the game series just ends. Yeah, it's true. They can't portray China negatively. So, at least if it's Rainbow Six, it'll just be. But the Rainbow Six sucks. Fuck. I keep thinking of like Rainbow Six Vegas. I'm like, yeah, like the next Rainbow. I'm like, wait, no. Everyone when they think about it, it's Siege. Siege is ass. I don't care. Fuck, never mind. I don't care. Oh my god, no. They're gonna touch World in Conflict and then the Chinese are gonna win in the story. No.
You know what I think? Okay, I will be very funny. You know what I think is very funny whenever these like super nationalistic games come out for some of these countries. You look at the facial structure and the body structure of the quote-unquote superhero, like national hero. He doesn't look like any of the other nationals. He looks like either a white or a black guy from America that got painted over like you get what I mean?
Yep, because the chiseled jawline has become a symbol culturally of strength.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact that the chiseled jawline doesn't really mean anything. It's just a jaw bone structure. But whatever. Bone structure. It's like George Lucas, who has just a big neck and then a face attached to it. You know? Like, his chin didn't have anything to do with whether he made shit tons of money. He was just a neck with a face. And they just, made money. He's got a goofy neck. Like, I touch my neck instinctively, feeling that it's going to start doing that bulge out thing, and then I'm just going to become that, too. I'm like, God damn it, that's because I made fun of it once. I made it once. I'm like, neck man.
He'll be built like Lucas.
I'll just look at chat, and they'll be like, oh, as a neck just stares at them, and like, ah! I'm coming for you, Chatfish.
I know it's bad, and I know I shouldn't think about this, but what if I touch that guy and I get the same thing, or one of my kids gets it? Like...
I think the enemies will still be Russians. China still doesn't like them that much either. That's true. But in World in Conflict, the story ended where China was about to join the Soviets in invading, but because we were able to push the Soviets out of the mainland, we managed to get our defenses back, and then they couldn't land their ships, and so we were able to beat them back. And the story ended with the war still ongoing.
How much do you want to bet that they might even make the Soviets good guys in the next one?
What I actually love about World in Conflict is that they portray the Soviets as, like... You feel sympathetic to some of the characters because they're well-written people. They're people. And... Yeah, there's like the extremist like nephew guy who's like a hardline communist, and he's just deranged, leading his men suicidally, for the people, for the supposed revolution or whatever, committing war crimes and stuff while his uncle was trying to hold him back. That was really good. I really would like more World in Conflict, but we'll never get it.
There's an anime that I like, that I read the light novel, and like one of the communist like captain there is very good. Because he's basically like, well, most of us need to do this work because our families are in gulags. So, like, if we don't work for the CCP, the communists, like, the USSR, basically, the families get shot, right? And he fucking hates the one, like, younger soldier that's based super friends with the... Who is the commissariat officer, basically? Because she buys all the fucking... communist propaganda. God fucking damn.
We need to destroy Beano before Beano gets too powerful, chat. Quickly, get your anti-Beano launchers. They launched little Bibles at him.
Take away his free Beano slot.
You're probably going to like what I'm drawing.
He's like, Beano. CCCP is USSR and Washington wheel, folks, says Frederick as he kisses you on the lips. Frederick, that was very weird. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that. Peter doesn't know things, says Blake. Damn. See? No Brazilian unity. No Brazilians cannot work together. Oh my god. This chart's retarded. We should do this chart for everything.
You need to save that and post it.
Send it to me. Send it to me now.
Chinese brainwashing.
Chinese, Paul.
Layoff's good so long as we have a good game. Fucking Chinese. I wrote that there more of as a meme. I was kind of smiling as it was. Communist conversion. More baddies. More bad. Buy the orange box. Save gaming. That you can't buy the orange box anymore because they give them money for it. Because you can buy it for the 360 or PS3, but they don't make it for like modern systems. Unless they have the... Do they have an orange box collection on Steam? I'm curious, genuinely.
They used to have.
It just comes with like Half-Life and Team Fortress 2 and Portal. Definitely save this. Chat, I don't really...
Kibbs, you're a big proponent of preserving art.
This is not art.
This is art. This is 100% art.
Gribbles on a
yeah.
piece of paper.
And?
My god, Chatfishes.
This was definitely a stream of all time.
Look at Keeps trying to erase.
He's trying to delete his. Look at this, Chad. He's trying to erase history.
He's basically the CCP.
He literally is.
Oh my god.
Just like the CCP.
No different.
Yep.
Kibs a dung. Kibs a dung.
Make it your Twitter banner.
China evil.
Kibs is the Rain Man.
Just fatter. Wow. Who decides what is art? The Chatfish.
I do think that doing this, going ahead with Bunchcast is probably a good idea, but I also think it should be like posted and then.
I got the idea because I have my tablet plugged in. Like, it could be more fun on Bunchcast to like illustrate our talking points and try to illustrate that a little. By illustrate, I mean write it down and then show how it's connected. To create what I call visualizers for chat. I don't know, chat. Do you like the visualizers? Go ahead and type.
Given how many people are saying that they agree it's art, it needs to be saved, like, yeah. They want it. The chat craves the schizo board.
The birth of Chai Kib. Oh my god. You have to post on Twitter? What do I get out of that? What do I get out of
Engagement.
That?
Number go up. It's art, yes. As artist says type.
Chat, did you like the poll I made today? I said, all Chatfish to your battle buckets. Remember your likes and you will get back alive. Oh my god. No visuals, audio only, says Bucky. I think this makes sense when I look at it. But that's only because I know that this part right here was the start of the stream.
It's so much better looking at it with no context.
With no context, it's awful because it's like, what order am I supposed to consume this?
And then buy the art box, save gaming.
Because that was a joke.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this needs to be saved. This is gold right here.
See, when you guys were talking, when Fuzzy was talking about like which company owned what with percentages, I was like, oh my god, this is, I should have spaced these apart because this is everywhere. To show
I like the
influence.
random frowny face.
It's because the private investors are angry. They're upset. They're like, you're taking
There's
my
a couple
stuff.
faces you did around the board.
I made a sick person over here.
Yeah.
because of how much money they had. Oh my god.
Truly art.
Then Fuzzy's like, the UAE, and there's like, not the UAE. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. You guys need to slow down. You speak too fast, okay? Because, like, I missed so much, it's not even funny.
Oh my god, if Fuzzy doesn't speak faster, we will die of old age here.
We will, but, like, at least I'll be able to actually get it down.
Did Kim's talk about how the CCP uses its 1,000 Talents program to infiltrate the tech sector and video game development?
We didn't even get to that. We touched
did
briefly
touch
on
on
infiltration,
that.
yes.
We mentioned, like,
Infiltration.
yeah, something.
Artist objectives, you can sell this for millions in the art market. Yeah. We do the bunch cast, then you sell the art to the highest bidder.
And how we're going to use Japan, Korea, and Saudis to form a buffer state. In the industry. In the industry. That's what it looks like when I look at this from a distance. Japan's like, eh, and there's just a speed bump.
That Valve will be the leader of this new state.
This new alliance.
You have
By the art trucks.
Dark Gate over there.
Honestly, this is incredibly simple when I look at it and think about each area when it was made. It's like, that's NetEase and its influence. That's Tencent and its influence. That's the overarching on the left there. I just sort of streamlined it a little bit to see where it's like, okay, the money, follow the money flow. The money and BlackRock exchange money with the CPC equally, so they're not... They have a slightly different relationship with the CCP versus Tencent and NetEase are more defined puppets, more like buddies is the vibe you get there. And the WEF are just cucks, so, you know, they're over there being a puppet too.
You see, that's the problem, because you're looking at it, thinking about what each sector of it means. You got to look at it as a whole.
Then it seems like it is a schizo post. Because
if you post this on schizo places, they will all understand. That's the.
They'll be like, "Oh my god, I understand, but you missed several points," and they expand on. And it's like, why are we talking about the moon landing?
You laugh, but that's what they would say. Like,
where's the UN in this? They're sort of in this with the WEF. I tried to curtail it so we didn't start going all the way up, but we started to. Like we did when we traced the money, because it's like, okay, when you trace the money from Ubisoft, where did Ubisoft get the money to do what it did? It got it from, its parent company, and its parent company is G family, the Guillemot family, and the Guillemot family has good business dealings and ties with Tencent, and they're forming a shell company together because the Guillemot family wants to take the IPs away from Ubisoft, but private investors are mad because they're like, my money and my. And the shell company already has a net worth of 4.2 billion, and Tencent invested 1.17 billion into that shell company where all the IPs are being transferred to. Yeah, it's like, because Tencent and the Guillemot family want to take control away. Guillemot family is trying to use the Tencent, from what it sounds like, to create their own like bubble. Their own little thing that they can have more control in. Yes, they're sacrificing a decent chunk to Tencent, but that way they can eliminate the private investors. And the private investors are inky because they're like, we didn't have consent to that, and they just did it.
That's basically like cutting your one of your kidneys off and giving it to the organ seller, just so that you get a little bit money to buy like your liver or back later. Like,
see you later, little Goomby. He's a Goomba.
See you, good night, my dude.
He waddles off. His little chunky fish shape disappearing. Let's see. What were you saying, Bino? Continue.
Oh no, sorry. I mentioned that I think the whole thing with like that Ubisoft did was very stupid, because they shot themselves in the foot, and they're basically like, we are going to tear parts of our own body and sell it to the highest bidder, just to try to like keep this other part that I also fucked up or get it back later. Like they're not thinking long term. Like I don't know what the hell they were thinking, to be honest.
So we kill Bino. Start stabbing him. He's like, eep. Oh my god, chat, we've almost made yesterday's goal. We are $101 away, right? No, it's $102. I can't do math. It's 102. Please tell me I was right. Please tell me I was right.
Yes.
Nice.
0.78.
I can't see cents on this, so it's not my fault. So it's
You're technically wrong, though.
doesn't matter.
It's 103.
Oh,
Yeah, technically it's 103, but it's 102.78.
No. We are looking at the screen. We're looking at
Yes,
the
on the
screen. You
yes.
don't know how to math, Kibbs.
math hard. That's why I got fuzzy here for statistics. I got fuzzy.
And then he abandoned you for the gym.
That's fine. He's got to get that. Got to make my fuzzy nice, strong, and healthy, so he lives a long time. He's gonna handle all the number shit because I don't want to deal with that. Because I don't want to deal with that. Numbers are complicated, chat. I only deal in kibblosophy. Now, chat bros, the next thing we should talk about, now that we've talked about evil things happening in the industry, what's something good? There was some game stuff that was announced, and I've completely spaced what it was.
I was going to mention.
What?
I had something in my mind for this week. Something. And I don't remember what it was. About gaming. It was some game come out this week that I was interested and I forgot. And I don't remember.
Where did I put it? Where did I see it? Oh, that's hentai game. Steam, what did I tell you about showing me those? What did I tell you about showing
More. You told it more, right?
Well, look at some anime titties, boss. No.
That's what you get when you play like a
gaming.
Furry shades of gay.
Where did Chatfish post it? Where was it?
Space Monkey says Streamlab, but he means Stream Element.
You got $3.33 and says you need to talk about censorship on Nintendo and PlayStation, especially when Sony moved their headquarters to California. Nintendo moved their headquarters to California? Or wait,
Sony did.
No.
Sony did.
Sony censorship? I mean, Sony's games are kind of be it. Like, the only games they have that are good are the games they have the least influence in. And that, Helldivers 2 is going to be good so long as Sony doesn't meddle. Anytime they've meddled, it's been a borderline disaster.
You know that Stellar Blade that everyone was like, oh my god, Sony this, Sony that? It wasn't even their game. They just like bribed the devs for to release the game like only on PlayStation. Like,
where was
and
it?
They almost killed the game, by the way.
Oh god damn it! Oh yeah, Strategos. That's a game Chatfishies might be interested in. Oh yeah, Nintendo directed their announcement thing with Patapon. Patapon's coming back, Chatfishies.
What's Patapon?
It's a PSP game.
I heard about it, but I don't remember what it's about.
Patapon. Like it's a rhythm game where you lead little Patapons to their victory against evil things.
Look, it's a Total War game.
Yes, this is called Strategos. It's supposedly going to be like a historical battle game. Microprose picked this up as a publisher because Strategos didn't have a publisher earlier, at least last I checked. And so Microprose basically picked them up. And so this is a AA moving into the strategy sphere. There's two big AAs to watch for the strategy game sphere. That would be Microprose, and that would also be Hooded Horse Games. You want to keep an eye on these little guys and see what they're going to do. Now, I will say that this looks interesting, but when I looked at some gameplay stuff, it looks very like there's no unit collision like Total War has. But it is interesting nonetheless. And so if we're looking for alternatives because we're sick of the shit from companies that don't care about us, like Creative Assembly, like here's an alternative that might have something of value. I just had to turn up my drawing tablet because I don't need it anymore. Sabotage by any other name? What are you talking about, you little fish? This exclusive works. Bribery. Exclusives are always bad. Yes.
Oh my god.
What?
I remember now that,
anybody who argues for good that exclusives are good is dumb. All right? Like, nobody wins. The developers get less money, less resources. That's bad for the developer because they could have gotten more. Like, what it forces the what do you call it, the corporations that make their gaming devices to do is they have to actually make good devices now. They can't rely on exclusives to sell their fucking crappy machine. The machine actually has to have practical and useful functions to justify its existence. When they rely on exclusives to do that, that just means that that system doesn't have a lot of reasons to justify its own existence now, does it? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's not even a question. It's a statement.
It doesn't have unit collision. It's artificial, says Czar.
Yes, and the newer ones. But I was pointing out that this one doesn't look like it particularly has it. But it does look interesting for those looking for an alternative to strategy games set in like antiquity. And who knows? If it's successful, they might be able to invest more money and make it better. The sound effects are really bad, so I'm just going to mute it because I remember hearing what that sounded like, and they got to work on that. But it's one of those things where it is not an indie, but it's from a AA. And again, I would rather be patient with AA's and their studios, because if they're passionate and they work out hard, then they can definitely make up the thing. Also, the amount of models that they have is quite impressive. All consoles are just PC now anyways. That's true. The argument for plug and play was long lost ago, chat bros. Pretty much as soon as the Xbox One and PS4 came out, the plug and play thing stopped. Because by the end of the 360 and PS3 lifecycle, you just had to like start to do installations. I think was that was when it began.
Yeah, PS3 you already had to do installation. You know what's funny? People are like, oh, but plug and play, and like, okay, can you plug and play Cyberpunk, for example? Because Cyberpunk was the first one that I saw that like no one could run in their even in the PlayStation 5 and shit like that, like ran like garbage.
Yeah, but Cyberpunk is garbage.
You know, I know it's a garbage game. I was just saying. I wish it wasn't. I really wish it wasn't. By the way, I wish that game was good.
It's very cute, isn't it? I think it looks cute. I think it's questionable whether it'll.
I think it's gonna really depend on the price they ask.
Yeah, $80, and I was just like, no. No overarching campaign from what I know. God damn. There's also the System Shock game we need to talk about too. And there was a discussion about System Shock perhaps getting a remake actually at some point.
Yeah,
so yes. What's up?
Can you look at the Turok Tumbi and tell me which parts you want me to cover more? Because I covered a few, but you said some cover. Are you doing it right now?
Oh, hold on a second. Ying says, no, you're wrong. They were always PCs. They were always PCs? And his argument for that was that they were hampered by artificial limitations, like having to pay for multiplayer. What? The PS1 didn't have an online network feature. Neither did the Super Nintendo or the Sega Genesis.
He's arguing that hardware was still PC. It's just they didn't.
Well,
have an
they're all
system.
computers, but they're not PCs, as in personal computers. You autistic muck! I just grab them and throw them out the window. When you go hyper specific and you're gonna nitpick like that, I'm not gonna fucking talk to you. Like, don't do that. That's just fucking annoying. It's like when you say something and then people are like, what? Everybody's a Nazi? It's like, oh my god, come here. Scum.
There were like humans have 5 fingers in their hands. But what about people that have 6 fingers?
Oh my god. Yeah.
There was a guy that got
What about Lobster Hand Man? What about Lobster Hand Man? He's like, oh my god.
There's a guy that came up with like two peepees over here in Brazil, and they cut the bigger one. They're like, yeah, this one doesn't work. No,
no, you're wrong. They were always PCs. I'm just gonna, no, English. You're wrong. You're a little fucking. He's a gecko. He's a gecko. We need to throw him out the window, just like Sala did. Just like little Sally did. Also, did Sally ever sound off lately?
No.
To be fair, he's not awake yet.
Either.
Okay.
When I have a gecko that lives in my room, a white gecko, I let the gecko live here because he probably eats insects. So like, yeah.
Just checking.
You are English. Yes, you are.
There we go. I'm just checking. Yeah. Chat bros. Let's see. 5,000 GPUs. Gotta go brr. Alright, chat bros. I think we've gotten through this subject for this bunch cast. We might do another one tomorrow as well. We will probably not. Today's Friday.
Yeah.
Yes, today's Friday.
We will probably. We're behind. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we are at the end of the day, and then I'll make the call on whether or not we have the community event. Don't plan for it, chat. I'll let you know at the end. Did Chad got me a new neck? Oh, your neck still hurt, Bendy? It's like Bendy, oh jeez. Bendy,
why is his neck hurting?
Because he's a baby and he slept on it wrong. Too much? He sucked too much. Damn.
He's like,
Bino, did you DM me something to look at, you little Bino?
It's on YouTube Art on Battle Damage Studio. I put there.
YouTube Art on BattleDamageStudios.com. He's like, what? Yeah. No, you didn't. You didn't put it on the website. You lied to me. Kid.
Let me.
He put it in the chat.
I tagged you.
Now he put it in. Oh no, he tagged you. Oh, that was from a while ago.
It was a while ago.
If he wants me to cover more.
I don't know. Do you think you should cover more?
I don't know.
What do you think?
Okay, I will show you something in 5 seconds.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Cover a little more.
Just a little. You can always make an FW version that chat can unlock. That gonna help us make the daily. There we go. See? Easy fix. Chat's like, we don't want to pay to unlock it. And then you're just like sad. Good night, Fredfish. Fredfish. Alright, chat. Now I gotta figure out what the hell we're gonna stream.
That's true, Jano.
What?
We have to catch up the movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there's the.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna happen. Probably. We might have to move that to next week, chat bros. That is okay. I will forgive you, chat. Okay, thanks. Wait a minute. What do you mean you'll forgive us? Somebody's got to forgive you. Because the Lord won't. It's just like, no. Yes. Chatfish should be blamed for everything and all things. We played safe. Do we play it safe? We played safe, I think, chat. We played safe today. What?
Here, to send something that's very censored, and you can, if you like it.
You can if you like it, because me Bino. Me Bino.
I posted on the chat, the stream.
Oh, chat hasn't earned anything. They cannot see it.
Is that censored or not?
Sure.
I'm worried about the crotch area.
This is such a weird thing to have on stream. Alright, moving on. We're gonna talk about other things. So chat bros, what should we stream? What should we stream? Ask things and I'll just say no, and it'll be great.
Venus has stream sins of our solar empire.
Chatfish that stream didn't do particularly well. I don't feel particularly motivated to stream that right now.
How about...
Okay, I can show Chatfish my screen at least. Chatfish. Star Wars Outlaws, chat? You really want to see more of that? Chat? Star Wars Outlaws? Yeah? No?
Chrono Trigger.
No.
Correct thumbnail's not done, Artemis.
Space Engineers
Myth
2.
3.
Rude.
So,
Rude for asking. How dare you ask? How dare you ask, Chatfish? All right, let's see. Well, Chatfish, I don't know. I'm feeling at a loss. I didn't really have a plan. Chatfish need to entertain me today. That's what they need to do. They need to wiggle and dance for my amusement for once. I do all the work. And what does chat do? Nothing. They just sit there and look at me. Play a video game. It could be.
That's a grab plague. Play plague.
I'll play you all night long. We beat Adamfall. I don't think we'll need that installed anymore. Clean that up. Alright. I will figure out something to play. Instead of ending the stream, because that would be foolish, we'll just continue it on this stream as sort of a bonus segment. But as far as the Bunchcast is concerned, the Bunchcast period is over. If people want to continue talking about it, we can. We very much can. But there's nothing further to discuss. And I don't feel like scheduling another stream because I would just lose viewership on the way doing that. Because Chatfish that have fallen asleep with their keyboards, I rely on their extra. They do that, by the way. They actually do. I actually confirmed that not too long ago. Like, yeah, you just weave it on, didn't I? Pass out. I'm dead. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll do something a little bit. Something fresh. Something that Chet hasn't funded. That could be a one-off that would be surprising.
Crash Bandicoot 4.
Exciting for Chatfishes. Open up GOG. Maybe an old-ass vidya is the answer here. Maybe we need to think about older vidya's.
We need to go back.
We need to wind back the clock. Before we knew how to make video games. Just like, what? But tell me those old games are better. Shut up, chat. Don't you have fucking different opinions, you little shits. You little fish. You little fish. Man, I own way too many games. Fuck, I should never have bought any of these. Should have just never purchased things. The more games you own, the worse it gets. The more indecision you get. Let it be a lesson to you, chat bros. Don't make the mistake I did. Don't buy video games.
Don't buy any games. Don't consume.
Don't consume product. Just don't have product and sit there with nothing and like it. Like, oh,
sit there, stare at a wall.
Problem is when you haven't tested an old video, you look at it and you're like, I could try streaming that, but it would be.
You're so funny, Plague.
Playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I refunded that. I thought about streaming that for months, and I was like, nah. I looked at how bad it was, and I'm like, some things aren't funny bad. Some things are just sad. And then came to the revelation that I was right. They are just sad. And then didn't play it because I was base, smart, and squick-pilled. Many of you can't say the same that I can. I can say that because I'm special. I'm unique. I'm different. I'm a cool little kid. You are.
It's a woman's game.
Listen, we'll just do some immersive sim game. How about that? What do you want from me?
Play Iron Fish?
Oh, we're gonna do Wizard Boy. Okay.
Iron Fish? Yeah.
A B C D E F G. That spells that game. Oh no! I started installing the wrong game. No. Hold on, chat. I made a mistake. Accidents happen. Abort. There we go. We did it. Stopped the bad thing from installing to my PC.
What were you installing?
I'm not telling you, because then Chad will want it.
What if Chad wants to pay for it, Kibs?
Yeah, well, no, I don't think I'm going to tell him. It's a secret. It's a little dirty squeakret. There we go. Accidents happen from time to time. We all make misclicks once in a blue moon, Chatfish. We all make misclicks. You know what we need in our live chat? We need a little bit of Adam Jensen to cheer us up. That's what I think. We need Piss Yellow Game. Piss Yellow Game is a game we can appreciate. Assuming it runs out of the box, we'll see.
Is that the first one or the second one?
The first yellow one. The first yellow one.
Oh yeah. I was trying to play Deus Ex one time when I downloaded it, and I don't know, I
Play a
couldn't do
Lego
anything in the game.
Maybe.
I didn't know that that the super soldier had to learn how to shoot, so like, I was like, why can't I aim as shit? And I was like, you know what? I stopped playing. I'm going to make a pizza.
You're a pizza. And you know what, chat? You're just little pizzas when I think about it. Like little pizzas. Oh my god. Those little tiny cheese-covered chatfish. I always knew it. American Army games? What are you talking about? Here, chat. I'll let you browse my...
ones.
While that downloads, you can browse my library, chat. Let me just flex on you real quick. Now, if you ever want to get a library this big, it's super easy. Just spend like 30-40 bucks every time there's a GOG sale, and you'll get like this far within like a couple, like about a year or a year and a half. Because that's how I get that much.
What's that one over there on the bottom right? The under the girl, under that.
That one?
That one. Yeah.
That's Battle Engine Aquila.
Oh, that thing.
Thing?
That good or?
That one's good.
Thing.
This game is great. This is one of my
This is
favorite games. I played it
Mm.
5 years
One
ago.
of Kibbs' favorite games. Doesn't even have it installed.
Oh
Doubt.
my god. Reached 10 hours. It's one of those games you play through and you're like, yeah, and then you never touch it for many years again. This game is a great game. And don't let these critics lie to you, chat. It should be 170 out of 100. It was made in November 1st.
On the RTS, asks Indio.
You have Blood Rain, Kips? The
I do.
Digititi
I do have a
Redhead
Lego
Vampire
game.
one?
I do have a Lego game. Look.
Blood Rain.
I do have Blood Rain.
Yeah. Is that one good?
No. At least when I played it, I didn't think it was good. I thought they were all kind of jank. And I controlled poorly.
Okay.
At least I felt that way. But then again, that might have been because they weren't meant for mouse and keyboard. I don't know. They were very janky. It was like Daikatana. Just like,
oh, Dino Crisis.
No, Dino Crisis.
Kibbs is gonna have to play that.
That's true. That's true.
When Bino finishes that thumbnail.
My God. Stop.
After.
No, don't blame.
Sure.
Don't blame
I'm
me.
not blaming you.
No, don't blame
I'm saying
me.
he has to play it once he finishes.
You're starting to. I know how that.
I wasn't blaming Bino.
I know how that
Bino.
starts and I know how that ends.
I don't blame the Bino. Hey, Mystery of the Druids.
Don't talk about that
really
game.
bad game.
Don't talk about it. Don't get Chatfish. Don't make them look at it. Make them look around it. They're allowed to look at my screen, but they're not allowed to look at that. They're not allowed to look at it.
Populous the Beginning's a fun game.
Chat.
It does not age well.
Fishes.
Oh, Prince of Persia. Sands of Time.
I like
Sands
the
of Chatfish.
second game a lot, but I only played it on the PlayStation 2.
OG Resident Evil.
True.
God, Resident Evil 2's the like box art is so much worse.
What's the second?
Look at that, Chad. You two could be playing.
You have a lot of space games, kid.
I was surprised you didn't want to do the Star Trek FPS.
I don't think chat would care for that. I think I like Star Trek, but I don't know if it's a Chatfish thing. Some Chatfish really like it, but it's one of those acquired tastes, and because there's such a negative stigma towards it, most people are predisposed to not liking. Yes, most people are predisposed to not liking it usually. And then until it's hard to get people to like or try things because they're so abrasive to trying new things, especially now.
Homer Ghost says, "I will fund Mystery of the Druids. They have bad attitudes." Well, you say that.
Where's the Lego games? I thought I owned Lego games. I was trying to look for them for Bandio. Where's
It's
the
been
L's in the
sitting there
alphabet?
for a long time, Ghost. I was considering putting that on the chopping block
A,
as
B,
well.
C, D, E, F,
Yeah, I
G,
thought that one was on the
H, I,
shopping block.
J,
That's
K,
why
L.
I gave up.
Oh, there's some Lego
History of the
games. I
Druids?
don't have a lot, though.
No, because it was newer than the ones I put on the chopping block, I believe. Lord of the Rings?
Lego games, Chatfish. We're degenerating to Lego Vidya. Like, Lego Vidya. The complete saga isn't as good, if I remember right, because it changes some of the levels. You want to play, like, the OG PS2 version and stuff.
That's
He
why I
did
haven't
give it
cut
funds
it.
last week. That's true, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I haven't cut it, because it is slowly going, but I was considering it. But it is
Heroes
getting
of
funding.
Might and Magic, Chatfishes. Heroes of Might and Magic. Total Annihilation is a great game, but it's an RTS. And Chatfish are 50-50 on RTSs.
Game Simulator's Dysfunction.
I'm part
It's
of
$1.59.
I don't know what that is.
Apparently it's similar to Human Revolution.
I don't believe it. 2.8 rating? That's never good.
It's a top-down game. I really don't believe it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Chatfishes. Uh-oh. We might have to play the Lego game. 50 to the Druids to keep it alive. I refuse to let it die. Mystery of the Druids. SF Cookie for Rapier. Thank you for the nation. Very, very generous.
True. When I started working for Kibbs, I mentioned Mystery of the Druids, and he almost beat me. He was like, "My God, I'm going to go to Brazil, you little motherfucker."
All right, chat. That
He
didn't
really
run.
doesn't like that.
We're gonna have to play Lego games, sadly. This is the life. This is not the life we chose, chat. But I'm gonna have to let you vote on which Lego game. Oh my god, I typed in Lego games as if that would help. All right, there, because I own them all, more of them on Steam. We have Lego Potter Harry Collection, which we were gonna do a free drunk stream on, but that never happened because of things. We have Lego Jurassic World, Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, Lego Star Wars, the Complete Saga, Lego Star Wars Clone Wars, Lego Star Wars Ski Walkers, Lego The Hobbit, Lego The Lord of the Rings, and Lego Worlds, which I think is defunct. I don't think people play this anymore.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the
Rings.
Yes, Lord of the Rings.
Oh my god.
We need a Lego Gollum game. Now that they have the
Yeah, we were gonna do that for Semper Tantrum because Semper Tantrum was funding all those Harry Potter things. And then we were gonna do that with the new model once we had the outfit, but I thought that was gonna be ready last year at some point, but that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna be ready for some time, chat. We have to be patient. Lord of Damn Rings.
Play Zelda Link's Awakening.
Lord Damn Rings. Lord Damn Rings.
Remember, chat, you can always fund the game if you really want it.
Lord Damn Rings. But Chatfish like Lord Damn Rings. Lord Damn Onion Tangs. You know what I used to call onion rings when I worked at Burger King?
What?
something retarded.
Orangutans.
Okay.
Putting some orangutans down. This is what I would say, you know? Or because I worked front counter, right? And I was like, put some orangutans down. And Alex would be like, ah! Because, you know, we would pretend that they were screaming as we dropped them into the fryer.
RTS.
I can feel your.
I don't have that, but I know what that is. That's the one that came in the cereal boxes. Load damn rings. Load damn kid, please. Lego Pirates, kid. Please. Listen, Stone Age, that can be a thing in the future. Chaffers are now begging, goddamn chat bros, step it. Tell you what, maybe we'll do a little bit of both. I'll stream until it's time for sleepy times tonight, probably. See, there.
Right, well,
Bino will help. Don't worry. He's got my back.
yes.
What?
What?
Thanks, Bino.
I'm already sleepy over here.
Yep, because you gotta get some. He's got to get some game work
Like-
done. Because I'll need Bino's help. Because I'll need to also start the pizza. Because I'm hungry. Gungan Frontier. I'd rather die. I don't even think that will run. That is fucking. Not. I don't know if it's rancid, but it's fucking ancient. Gungan Frontier. That is a game I did not expect anyone in chat to ever bring up. A game I'm surprised I even know it exists, honestly. Contain the autism. Oh, contain the autism. I thought I said, Pie-wood, please. Wiggle peewits. Contain the
No, I
autism.
just want peewits.
I wasn't begging for pie-wits.
He's embarrassed now.
Oh,
Look at him.
was. Oh my god. These. Okay, we'll do load them ranks. A little bit of load them ranks. Okay, and
I
then we'll.
hate it every time he says that, chat.
Lot of them. Just imagine I'm not Kibs, I'm Blibs, okay? And Blibs is like, let's watch some Law Dem Rings extended edition. And then
technically,
hold on, let me find my shotgun.
Law Dem Rings. What? Why does it make you mad? Lot of them orangutans.
Hold on.
Technically, I'm drawing Rhetoric right now, not Blair or Eric.
Chatfish, how do you feel about Law Dem Rings? You think that's funny? Law Dem Rings. You like it, Chad? How about Dory the Wings Golem? $10,000. Not going to. That's incredibly irrelevant now. Chatfish, your bad game window only increases if you don't fund something right away. Like Shadows was only $1,000. Then Chatfish didn't put a cent towards it, and I refunded it. I'm like, good. You know what? Then I don't have to play shit game. Now Shadows is 10,000 because I definitely don't want to visit it. Why we call it the 10,000 range? Because no one will fund it. 10,000 is the safe. It's Kib safe.
Don't worry. When I release my next game, my next magnum opus fish quest.
My magnum opus fish quest. I love the other one's your magnum opus. You just keep moving it.
Like every new one's supposed to be a magnum.
New magnum opus. Bino's new magnum opus.
I'm still studying how to do the second day. I want to make a multiplayer.
Amazon original, Law Dem Rings. Amazon original. Oh my god, it's got the stupid Amazon smiley face. Alright, chat, we're gonna launch Law Dem Rings.
Alright, Bino.
Oh, fuck my resolution, I guess. Oh no, it's one of those games.
Guys, you're going to leave right now? Goddamn.
Yeah, because I need to go get some work
done. He's got to get work on the game done. You're here with me, Bino. You got my back.
Good work, my dude. Alright.
Good luck with the Lord Them Rings.
Lord Them Rings. I can't hear anything after this one.
It's tiny. 10,000 is the anti-Bucky range? Yes. It's ready to cock block Bucky.
Anti-Bucky. The anti-Bucky.
All I need to do is set like a few $1,000s on it, and Bucky just he cowers in fear.
Yeah.
I've established my dominance. I've regained control.
I feel it in the water.
Wow, they did a lot of like voice acting as if it's the movie.
I feel it in the earth.
Can I get to the settings though, please? So I can the rest
I smell it in the air.
Ah, smells good.
Is lost. For none now live who remember it.
Chatfish's subtitles on. Chatfish!
Oh my god, I just remember the rings of whatever, and I feel sad now.
Lord Damn Rings. Damn, Lord Damn Rings crashed.
Oh my god, I think that was Tolkien pulling the cables over there, like, this god.
I won't call it Lord Damn Rings anymore if you just run now, I'm sorry. TT Games. Titty Games. Titty Games. Titty Games. These are titties.
The world is changed.
The Chatfish are rounder.
I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost.
I don't think I've ever played this.
For none now live.
Me neither.
Who remember it.
For none now live who remember with Chatfish.
It began with the forging of the Great Rings. 3 were given to the elves, immortal.
Those wings are fucking huge.
All beings.
They're chokers.
7
They're not
to
rings,
the
they're
dwarf
shulk.
lords, great miners and craftsmen of the mountain halls. And 9 rings were gifted to the race of men.
God damn it.
Who above all else desire power. For within these rings was bound the strength and will to govern each race.
Whenever I see like a bunch of games go on sale, chat, I just buy them. Because my chat might want this, and that's what I use my free spending money on. But I haven't done that in like a good while now. Because I already bought pretty much everything I think you guys would be interested in. Oh my god, Sauron does not look like a Lego dude.
No?
But there were some who resisted. A last alliance of men and elves marched against
They just literally took the movie and just did the movie like scene for scene.
They fought for the freedom of Middle Earth.
But Lego.
I want to see Sauron.
When you're just a little Lego. Here's a Lego dude. Oh my god, are we playing as Isildur? I like how no orcs are coming this way. Look at there's one. When you're just a little Lego bro. Now that's a game company that always usually makes good games, by the way. The Lego games.
I heard people talking a lot of good stuff about the Lego games. I think you need to kill 5 of them.
Yeah, the little flag dudes. Oh, okay, can't go in that little swamp. Ow! The last Lego Star Wars game, Star Wars lane. What? The last Lego Star Wars
Lego game was lame.
Oh, last Star Wars Lego Star Wars game was lame. It was actually not bad. It was actually kind of good, except for one key problem with it. It went with the open world idea, and while that was cool, they didn't expand on it enough. And the game is 2/3 good, and then the last third bad. Because they wasted stuff on adding the Skywalker Saga. But of all the games, it actually had a lot of mechanics. I like how they've got like sync kills, like for the Lego dudes. Like they'll just like do like little swift. I don't remember that from the movie.
I don't remember much.
Oh, it's him. Okay. Oh, because he's got Isildur's blade. It's big and silver. The music with the fucking Lord of the Rings thing just gets me. So... fucking... that orc went... fucking...
my thing is like burn. It's just like my god.
But the power of the ring could not be undone.
What are you talking about, Blake? The Complete Saga is inferior to the originals. The Complete Saga is actually kind of weak. If you want to play Lego Star Wars, you need to play Lego Star Wars and then Lego Star Wars 2. They're kind of better. Complete Saga kind of like isn't as good. Mostly because they changed stuff when they did the remaster. That guy's fucking huge! What the fuck? I gotta press B. I see glowing there. I think B is the interact key.
I have no idea. I never played this game.
Gotta hit him when his little fist goes down.
I played one Lego Star Wars game. Ages ago. Like I was like 12 years old. I got the size of fucking song. He's a fucking Bionicle, that's what he is.
He is a Bionicle. I was thinking that too. I was like, he kind of reminded me of Bionicles. Or Bionicles. Bionicles. Bionicles!
There's a heart there.
Oh my god, my sword is glowing.
You need to strike him at some point.
Yeah, when his sword gets stuck. Damn. There we go. Now I can strike it. The bosses in LEGO games are usually pretty simple once you realize what the game wants you to do.
Did you just die to him though?
Well, yeah, I did. I lost my studs. Listen, I can die in LEGO games. It's perfectly manly to die in a LEGO game. Like, yeah, only real guys die and become little bits of Legos. Boop. And not stuck yet. He's flashing because he's gonna be dead soon. Ow. Chatfishes respawn like that too? They flash when they respawn. Oh, he's pretending to be dead. That's dumb.
He cuts off the ring, he becomes stops being Lego, it becomes Roblox or whatever that other one was.
Sauron, the enemy of the free peoples of Middle-earth, was defeated. The ring passed to Isildur, who had this one chance to destroy evil.
Shrinks.
Isildur, hurry! Follow me.
Oh damn. I kind of miss when they didn't talk. Like I don't mind it, but I'm like the benefit of it was like
I thought they wouldn't talk, yeah, I prefer that.
And lava looks pretty toasty. Oh shit. We need studs, chat. Like, what the fuck? I thought yours one would want that. It's like, oh my god, chat. Let me guess, only that silver sword weapons can cut those evil, like, bricks. Oh damn. I think we need another character that can actually hit that. Oh, well, oops. This whole mission. Sauron exploded. This is the whole mission. It is. He's flashing. Whoa. Every second of this reminds me of how good the movie is. It hurts. Good. Be reminded. Be reminded and be in pain, Chatfish.
The movie is super good.
Yes. Because we are pretty behind today, we're probably going to move the watch along to next week, assuming we catch up. We'll continue to delay it until we catch up on Mun-Muns. But we are very behind.
I was going to mention
What's
I
up?
saw like some new age writers. So those writers that like they don't know how to
Well,
write.
the ones who are mad that Lord of the Rings is still popular.
It's still popular and it's like
There's an easy solution to that. It's like, okay, just write a book that's good. Like, you don't even need to write on the level of Tolkien to get your stuff to sell. You just write better.
Some people don't like Tolkien. Like you can
That's
write
okay if you
something
don't
good.
like Tolkien. You don't have to like his books.
I like the Lord of the Rings. I didn't read the book yet. I have them.
Like, you don't have to like his work. No, I think his work is good, but everyone is entitled to their opinion. And it's subjective whether people like a book or not. Oh my god, why can't I push it? What's the button to push? Objects checkered in Lego can be moved by pushing. Uh-oh. Ah! My blue stud! Nope! Okay, I need him to push that off. What? How do you push? Objects check. Yeah, I know. The idea is we push this down so we can move. Did I bug it? Did I break the game? Did I actually break the game, chat?
Oh my god, dude.
How do you break? Like, look, I can push it that way. Can I push it? What the fuck? Come on.
Can't you beat that?
There we go. It did bug. Okay. I will save the board if we at least make yesterday's goal.
Save the what?
The stupid doodle. Because we're about to make yesterday's.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Fuck! I like flew. Pushing is contextual? Yeah, I know it is. Which is why it was weird that it wasn't working. I somehow managed to bug it out. But I've unbugged it by just pushing it back and then pushing it again. Need studs. Why do I get deja vu? I feel like I've done this before. Like this conversation. Like maybe chat needs studs.
Put dinner. I'm going to color and make it like this.
What? What did you say, Bina?
I'm going to color some stuff for you to show Chatfishes, and then I'm going to make dinner real quick.
Okay.
First, I'm going to color.
If you want to make dinner, go ahead and make dinner. I'll hold down the fort.
No.
Don't
My
starve.
brother is not that. I was going to ask you guys, what was the first 3D video game you guys ever played? Mine was Super Mario 64.
Something on the PlayStation 1 or the N64, I think, which was for me.
Cast it into the fire.
Or Sega Saturn. One of those three, actually.
No.
Isildur!
I think
But the
this would be
hearts of
better
men
if it was like.
are easily corrupted,
Whoa.
and the ring of power has a will of its own.
He's like, it's my ring. But the ring betrayed Isildur.
Betrayed Isildur,
Oh, damn. That's how they did it? So they just have to show him dead.
and some things that should not have been forgotten were lost. For 2,500 years, the ring passed out of all knowledge. Until... the ring came to the creature Gollum, who took it deep into the tunnels of the Misty Mountains.
Star Wars Pod Racer. See, I can't remember because I played so many games. I
500
don't
years
know what the
of
first one
poison
was
his
for
mind.
3D. Never really occurred to me because I didn't know the difference
But
between 3D and 2D games in the sense that, like, the Sega Genesis just had 2D games, just like the Super Nintendo. But the Sega Saturn, PS1, and N64, they had 3D games, and I thought that was just kind of how they were. I didn't even know that one was made before the other. I thought that they were just all separate for different games. My precious champions! Like, whoa!
Please don't let them make a game with me. That's garbage. Too late, Gollum. Too late.
Sorry, Gollum. No. Elendil, Isildur. I like how on the Rings of Power TV show, Elendil and Isildur look nothing like what they're supposed to look like. It's funny.
It's more like sad, but I get it.
True adventurer, bitches. Damn, what could be my first game, says Jano. Couldn't remember it because I played with my dad when I was a kid, was Heroes 3 Delta Force 3. I recall Doom 3 being somewhat in there.
I asked because I started realizing how many games that I remember that I liked, and they were all 3D. And most of the 2D ones were Super Nintendo or PlayStation ones.
I'm old, Gandalf. I need a holiday. You will keep an eye on Frodo, won't you?
2 eyes, as often as I can spare them.
Oh my god, Gandalf's beard's clipping through his body.
What about this ring? Is that staying too?
You're right, Gandalf. The ring must go to Frodo.
Bilbo. The ring is still in your pocket.
Yes. Goodbye, Gandalf.
Goodbye, dear Bilbo.
The road goes ever and on.
Look at him waddle off.
Bilbo! Gandalf?
Picks up a ring.
He's gone, hasn't he?
He's gone to stay with the elves. One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And in the darkness, find them.
They skip so many scenes. Coffee.
Forged by the Dark Lord Sauron. Sauron needs only this ring to cover all the lands of a second darkness. Frodo, he must never find it.
I'm a bit disappointed because I thought they wouldn't talk. I thought it would be like the whole game.
Have you been eavesdropping?
I ain't been dropping no eaves, sir, honest. Oh! What must I do?
Make for the village of Bree. I'll be waiting for you at the Inn of the Prancing Pony.
Damn.
I must see the head of my order. You'll know what to do. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Damn. Kind of a dick. Alright, time to adjust some options for Chatfishies. I thought I had subtitles on, but I guess I didn't remember it. There you go, Chatfish. Why are some of those coins like ghosts?
I saw you guys playing. I saw you playing this game, and it reminded me when I was playing like the Harry Potter games back in the PlayStation 1 era. Collecting all the beans and the fucking...
Oh, the little fucking candies, yeah,
Yeah.
Because back then, collectathons were like the games to make. Oh my god.
Yes, isn't Spyro basically a collectathon?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I played the first Spyro, but I stopped at the last boss because it's kind of...
Welcome to the Shire, Chatfish. Like, Shire! Nah, I think I'm gonna leave it where it is, Genghis. Mostly because, I don't want it to be too loud. Ghost
Also,
coins.
this game,
Oh, go ahead.
isn't this going to get the string copyright?
Oh, it already did.
Because of the...
It already did, without a doubt, Bino. Technically the Star Wars arcade game or Tempest on the arcade. What? What are you talking about, little Chatfish?
I think they're talking about the...
Gangs, don't be a crybaby. We're just here to chill with Chatfish. For just a little bit. But yes, there will be no after stream stuff, I think, today. Mostly because this week we're pretty far behind on things. And so we're going to have to focus on other things. We're going to probably also cancel this week's community event, too. So that we can focus on other things. We will see if we resume those things next week, by the way. We may not. It entirely depends on what happens this weekend. Entirely depends, Chapros. My God.
When I see a community event, I like. You can do it the hard way or the easy way. Sure.
They're talking about a very old Wii game, says Gangoid. Yep, back in the early days of early 3D. Then there was also games that simulated 3D that weren't, like Doom, technically. Or Tomb Raider, if I remember right.
I think Tomb Raider was 3D.
I like how they had a giant fucking glowing arrow where I was supposed to go. Turn up a little bit. Just because Genghis did ask nicely, and I feel bad now. Out of my field!
Ooh, that was close.
Poop.
I've broken something. Huh? Get off the road! Quick!
My God. This was quaint, chat. But I think this is also probably going to be the end of today's streams. Things are just too slow. We're going to have to go, chat. We'll see you in tomorrow's stream. So have yourself a good day. Have a good night, chat, and we'll see you later. Goodbye.
Good night, my dudes.